Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. You're here, and that is not the soundtrack that we were listening to a moment ago, but I'll take it. Let's see if you recognize this one. Didn't even know this was on Spotify, actually. Hey, what's up? Hope you guys had a nice couple days off. We're getting back into gear. It's gonna be a funky week this week. Lots going on, lots not going on, because didn't stream the last 2 days. Gonna be live today and tomorrow, and then one day of rest on Thursday in preparation for chaos. It's gonna be a busy weekend. Got RimWorld DLC coming out on Friday, so I'm planning on being live nice and early for that so we can check out patch notes. I know that they've got the 1.4 test notes already available, but I want to see the final form. You know, we'll take a look at them again because I don't know what's going to tweak or change. That's why they're doing the testing right now on the unstable. What OST was that? The first song was Hearts of Iron 4. This is randomly switched over to Mountain Blade. Unintentionally. Okay, where are we at? I got some coffee. I got screens. I can see chat now. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? Yes, it's gonna be a busy week. Let's get a different soundtrack on. This is not what I had in mind. Spotify just goes all over the board. You guys have to stop me if you hear something that has DMCA copyright behind it, okay? You gotta throw up the warning signs. This is not one of those things. At least it's not Divinity Original Sin 2, I guess. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. I think one of the flags fell down. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. I got a fresh cut. My once every 10 years puberty's hitting again. I got some fresh acne too. And, you know, it's every 10 years or so. You got 13, 23, 33, go 43. Trying to distract you with the hair. Mechana Swiss. That's not... Anyway, Mechanicus, Mechana Swiss. We're playing Hearts of Iron 4 today. We're going to be playing as Switzerland. Oh god, is 23 a puberty thing? No. No, but... acne is a life thing. You just never really escape it. Acne is like the hiccups, okay? You don't remember the last pimple you had, right? Just like you don't remember the exact last time you hiccup. When you get the hiccups, they're there, and you know they're there. And then they're gone. It just fades out of existence. You just gave me the hiccups. I don't think that's how that works. I'm hoping that this is not copyright because it's from Metro Exodus. I forgot that Metro Exodus is a fantastic game. The flags are back. The flags are back. And we're going to be changing a bunch of different flags today, because in Hearts of Iron, when you change your ideology or leadership, maybe we get to see some weird secret Swiss flags. God, I remember we streamed Metro 2033, Last Light, and Exodus. When did Exodus even come out? What year was that? February of 2019. Wow. This is going through some very interesting autoplay selections. I'm like, it's so distracting to me that I can't concentrate on what we were talking about a second ago. This brings back memories. It's so short though. If you actually go up and look at the Half-Life 2 soundtrack, it's incredibly short. That's a 43-second song. Cool, now we're back at XCOM 2. All over the board. Like my brain right now. Anyway, speaking of my brain, I was thinking about things that we could do today, because the plan is play game today, play game tomorrow. And what we're all thinking. We're all thinking, is it Friday yet? I know. I'm with you. I am extremely hyped for the new DLC and 1.4. I think it's going to be fantastic. I know RimWorld did a new blog post today. And I'm planning on like just kind of checking that out, I think, on Friday. Because today's was mostly about the new DLC factions, if I remember correctly. I believe it's about the Xenohumans. And there's some cool, interesting stuff, but a lot of it I think is lore. So because it's mostly lore, we'll probably just check that out and kind of get into the vibe mindset, the vibe set, if you will, on Friday. Because there's some new stuff too. Because they got the blood drinkers, and also the price. They announced a $25 price tag, which I think is good. Makes a lot of sense. I don't think they really need to explain it too well. I'm a little stuffy today, for some reason. Feeling a little allergy-ridden for whatever purpose my body has betrayed me. New DLC stream should definitely start with a 3-hour patch note lore review. It's probably what it's going to be. We're probably going to look at the 1.4 patch and check out patch notes. Then we're going to check out the Xenohuman blog post. Then we're going to go into the character creator and make a new, I guess, ideology. I think it's probably best if we do a fluid ideology, just because there's so many new mechanics. So that'll be a little easier. And then the actual, I guess we have to choose maybe one of the new scenarios if we want to do that, or just do one of the OGs, kind of figure all those things out. So it's going to be a few hours for sure of setup and introduction. Because it's funny, every time we talk about... I don't want to listen to Mountain Blade anymore. I definitely don't want to listen to War Thunder. This is Arma 3? I don't know why. But we're going to get into all the details and just really let it wash over us. Because we only get the new DLC experience once every so often. It's been a lot more frequent recently, so I'm grateful for that, but it's still every year to 2 years. So we're just going to bathe in it for a little while, like a pig. Just roll around in all of our DLC patch note filth. And then, on Monday or Tuesday, is brand new map game. So we're going to be jumping into Victoria 3, and hopefully I'll have some grasp on how to kind of do anything in it first, because I'm going to do my research. I've been looking up, like, Paradox has been releasing videos on sort of different gameplay mechanics and looking up some how-tos for different things, because it's going to be a big bite to chew on. Large morsel of content. So Vicky 3 is shortly after following up. So we're just going to go straight on Friday. It's probably going to be, realistically, at least Friday to Friday, I feel. Unless I desperately need a break or do like a 24-hour stream, which I'm not confirming. Not confirming. It's just going to be a lot of RimWorld and Vicky 3. Let me blow my nose. Am I allergic to you, chat? I was doing okay until I started streaming. Now look at me. What have I become? Talking loosened up your sinuses. It's entirely possible. Okay. But yeah, suffice it to say, I think what I started this as saying, I know we're all excited for what is coming in a few days, but I can't just do it Christmas style. Like, oh my god, 3 sleeps until Christmas! I'm just gonna wake up, sleep for 12 hours, eat, go to sleep for 13 hours, wake up. We gotta do something fun in the meantime to help pass the time. And I honestly think I considered like 4 different games today, and Hearts of Iron 4 was the one that I was like, you know what, that's the one I want to do the most, because we only really did 1/3 of the new DLC that came out, and I didn't get to experience much because I spent so long restarting on Ethiopia until we eventually won. So I will accept that and say it was worth it. But we're gonna play Switzerland today. Italy, of course, is the main event. That's the biggest change and I presume reason to buy the DLC. Teach me how to Hearts of Iron. Hello, Shadow Fox. The beginning of a new campaign is the best time to learn, and honestly, I feel like a nation like Switzerland might have the potential to be a good tutorial just because it's so small. I find that especially countries that don't have navies and that don't have any sort of island holdings are pretty good for learning because you don't have to think about much. Yeah, it's not like we can be taken over immediately by our neighbors. No, I have mountains. I have mountains. They're not going to be able to climb them. Only I know how. But between Terra Invicta, which we're done with now, I may or may not have, after doing my errands yesterday, spent a few hours in Terra Invicta off stream for fun, playing without you, to see what I could accomplish without having to talk, so I could just fast forward everything as fast as I can. You were slowing me down, is what I'm trying to say. And I got through at least another 1.5 years in just like 2 hours. It goes so much faster off stream. I played a couple more battles against the aliens. I actually pissed the aliens off to the point where I got a 5 out of 5 alien threat level. Everyone was warning me that the aliens were going to take notice and do something. And I cleared all of the alien surveillance ships that were orbiting Earth. So now they don't have any ships in orbit. And they started to mind control my leadership. The aliens got magic powers where they could basically steal control points for free with mind control powers. So I had to, like, investigate the location of the aliens and then use my counselors to detain them, which I think removes them from the map and puts them in a special alien containment facility. I don't know if it re-releases them ever, because why would it? That would be odd. Especially after we already built the special facilities. So I abducted the aliens. Think about that. They were coming down and abducting me? I don't think so. So we, I managed to put a stop to that. Made some space marines, took over a servant habitat, and started building a proper navy. It's pretty cool. It advances in a fun way, and the combat's fun. I managed to make a couple ships whose only job is to fly forward. That's it. Fancy maneuvers? No. 20 points of armor on the nose and just face towards the enemy so that they have to hit your nose armor? Yes. However, I was thinking about this. The game Terra Invictus simulates so much, like orbital mechanics and Delta V and making sure that you have proper balance of resources to get to intersolar or intrasolar? Interplanetary travel, I guess. But if you put, let's say each piece of armor is 200 tons, and you put 50 points of armor on your nose, doesn't that, like, make your ship top-heavy, where if the thruster is on the back of the ship, and most of your mass and weight is concentrated on the front of the ship, gravitationally, wouldn't that make it difficult to actually make maneuvers? Or do I not understand how that works? Chad, I'm gonna go, before we actually get started here, I'm gonna go get another allergy med. Here, listen to something, chat, let's listen to something funky. What's something funky? Sim Casino. Are you saying that just because RT was playing that the other day? Why? I could have already been back by now. I could have already just put something on and come back. Okay, but this is how I am. Like, okay, this is true. After streams, when food is prepared, right? Like, I finish streaming, the first thing that I do is go get food to eat. When the food is there, sitting on the table, all I have to do is eat it, but I can't until I find the perfect YouTube video to watch. Like, I refuse to even take a single bite. I don't care if the food gets cold. I cannot eat unless something accompanies it. And the food tastes the same, whether it's hot, cold, doesn't matter. It's like, if it just tastes bad if I haven't picked the video. The worst is like, oh, I finished eating, and oh, now I found a video. No, I don't want to watch it anymore. Put it away. Save that for the next meal. Like, I don't really watch a ton of YouTube between food, but like when eating, I am very excited for the new Review Bra video today. I've already got it. Like, that's gonna be it. He's reviewed some Burger King thing, and like that's gonna be my meal video. All right, listen to Reign of the Septums. I'll be right back. Okay, let's try that. Okay, random playlists are not good for my brain. The fact that this just goes in whatever direction it wants, it just shoots my attention to too many different places and I can't. This stream's stuck here. We're in the intro forever. It's XCOM time. Anyways, thanks for beginning a stream subs and for your patience. What's up, Terracal? People arriving for 3 months. Hi, Terracal and Ossicats for over 2 years. General Planets people arriving. Hey, General Planet. Snorble says I'm here. Hey. Fargman says yo. Yo. Hello, people arrive subs. Allomain pumping it says let's get Swiss cheesy. We're about to do just that. Valindral says Ribworld. Soon. Soon. And Trombone Ninja for 53 months says, I don't know. I'm no engineer. What were we talking about? The ship thing? Yes, I think the ship thing is weight would make it much more difficult to rotate. Like if you had thrusters for rolling, like end over end, if the nose was much heavier than the body or the back, it would be much more difficult to flip. You have to have more powerful rotational thrusters. And then Great Garwin, also pumping a happy 1 year. Yo, hey everybody. Okay, let's jump in. It's been a very exciting week. Very exciting week. Whew. I haven't been hyped for anything in a while. Because I've gotten super addicted to Terra Invicta to the point where I'm wanting to play it off stream. But that wasn't something I was hyped for. Like I didn't anticipate it. It was just like, oh, this looks nifty. Whoa! I have become absorbed. But now I actually feel that like bubbling sensation that sitting beneath the surface, ready for the weekend. But I'm also ready for this. Okay, Hearts of Iron 4, new campaign. We get 2 start choices. Basically have never played 1939 because you miss out on a significant and very important portion of the game. You get 3 years to sort of decide how your country goes. And what very important political decisions it makes. I guess my question is, I don't even know, in 1939, does it automatically advance your focus tree to something? Does it just auto-choose it? You just want to jump into conflict, I guess? That's the one to do. But not for us. So 1939 is when historical World War II actually begins. I believe September 1939 is when Poland is invaded. So 1936, conversely, predates that by a few years, and also starts with Ethiopia being invaded by Italy, which we got a very up-close and personal look at when the last DLC came out, because it added Ethiopia as a playable, it's already playable, but a playable faction that had an actual campaign that was custom-suited to itself. I think it advances your focus tree along the historical path. That makes sense. I'm addicted to the latest Stellaris. I'm loving the Vassal system. Pope Dorito, I thought the new Stellaris stuff was really good. Unfortunately, the rug... We ripped the rug. We got to play twice, but that's not enough for a Stellaris. I might have pulled the curtains on it prematurely just because Terra Invicta happened. So it was unfortunate timing. So, pick your fighter. Here are the last three that, well, actually, it's not the last three that came out because Italy's up here. But Ethiopia and Switzerland were added with the last DLC. I've got all DLCs. So when you're seeing all these different nations, these represent all the different nations that have a custom campaign that sets itself apart from the others. But you can technically play as a generic country if you want. I frequently get requests to play as Brazil. So if you do play as Brazil, you can. You just don't get anything cool that sets you apart from any other generic nation. So that's why they have, I think it's funny that they put it as interesting countries, you know? Not like countries with more gameplay, but like, if your country is not listed here, frankly, we think it's boring and lame. I'm sorry. Did you want to play as Finland? We think your country's boring and not interesting at all, because it's not on the interesting country list. But a lot of the most requested countries, like Finland and Brazil, you can technically play, wink, if you play as, in this case, you'd have to play as Estonia with the DLC that includes an Estonia tree. And then you can become the Finno-Ugric peoples. I don't know if I said that right. And then Brazil can be basically taken over again by Portugal in its DLC, which I think is that La Resistance? Then why Estonia? So the way the DLCs work is they pick one major power typically, and then give them a full revamp. And then they try to pick other nations that are somehow geographically involved with that nation. So Estonia got included with the No Step Back DLC that reworked the Soviet Union and gave it it has a ginormous tree. I don't know if it's the biggest tree, but it's about the biggest tree. So they added Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania as like the smaller, oh, and Poland actually. Poland is got a pretty fun tree now too. So these kinds, they still have unique trees, but they're not quite as involved, I guess. Not all focus trees are equal complexity, shall we say. So Finland, it's anticipated, is going to be probably included with what I have to imagine is an eventual like Denmark, Norway, Sweden group. If I had to guess, I don't know who the primary power would be, or if they're ever planning on reworking the UK, or if the UK even needs a rework, but it would be nifty. Actually, what about Chad? Do people would rather have a Germany or a United Kingdom rework? But I would say they'd probably pick one of these two and then lump in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland. I would think. Maybe Iceland too? Possibly. Germany feels so outdated focus-wise. Yeah, everyone plays with Kaiser Reich mods, so maybe that like, if I were the developers, I just wouldn't redo Germany. Because you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you don't, people are like, man, German focus tree is so outdated, and all the other ones are way more advanced and cool than them. But if they do rework it, they just go, mods are better. You guys are just doing what mods have already done, and you're charging us for it. So it's gonna be just one of those circumstances I would want to avoid. So I would stall as long as possible for PR. "27's my favorite number. By the way, the far left path of the Swiss is fun. You get cores in every state in the Alps. Wow, spoilers. Oh my god, how can you backseat in a sub-message? Just kidding, I've already looked at the Swiss focus tree. Before I started today's stream. Durf on Turf says, Ital Hihi for 13 months. Thanks, Durf on Turf, for the year +1. Yo, welcome to stream. I hope the Nordics get a rework. I think they probably will. I think that's the plan. But anyway, in this last DLC, Italy was the star. So Italy has a very complex path now, series of paths if you take it. And we just got done with an Ethiopia campaign that was quite cool. The Corn of Africa, as it were. And now we're going to jump up here and be neighbors with Italy and play as Switzerland. But there's some other interesting countries that I would like to play as, especially in Asia. Lots of Chinese warlords I think would be fun. Never played as Japan either. I want to redo Mexico campaign at some point. So many good choices. And that's why I play this game over and over again so much, if you're curious. If you're like, why have you played this for hundreds of hours on stream? The thing about it is, like, every time I play, the different focus trees is what gives me the desire for replayability. And even though I end up doing sort of some of the same routine choices and decision making, I feel like it always ends up with a different experience, depending on what I'm going for. So I've enjoyed that for that reason, and also the campaigns are quite quick. So we're going to play Switzerland, and we're going to play regular difficulty, because if Ethiopia was as difficult... Ethiopia was by far the most difficult campaign that I've played in Hearts of Iron. Like, it was... You had to do everything perfectly. Just flawless. And that was on regular difficulty, so I see no reason to change. We're going to keep it there. Regular just doesn't give us any... It doesn't change the AI. It just changes your debuffs and the AI's buffs. So we're just going to chill on regular difficulty, but no historical focus. So if you'd rather have everything play out as it did in history, historical AI focus doesn't guarantee one-to-one accuracy, but it does heavily weight all things that happen towards the normal historical stuff. So we're not in Iron Man mode. We could get... Do we want to do Iron Man? I guess... If we do Iron Man, there's almost no benefit to this for me. There's only downside, but it is hilarious when something goes wrong and I get stuck. So let's just do Iron Man mode again. Historical AI focus off. Give me my Chivos. Okay. We're in Switzerland campaign. Ethiopia strong, UK is dead, Benelux wins, Iron Man Greece, sheesh. Netherlands baby, Operation Retcon, South African Commune, some interesting titles there. I liked that's sticky keys. That is sticky keys. I don't know how that is still enabled on my computer, or why you can hear it, but I did like what chat wrote. The Swiss don't miss. So we'll just steal that from chat. Sticky keys has been the bane of every gamer's existence for the past 25 years. I agree. Where do I normally put this camera? Somewhere over here is fine. Okay, welcome back to 1936, everyone. At the beginning of the campaign, everything is as you expect. We have historical borders, and the only conflict at the moment is Italy and Ethiopia are at war. That's pretty much it. Everything else is chill. So what we have to do at the beginning of any campaign is take care of notifications at the top of the screen. And some of them are easy, and some of them will take a little bit more decision making. So the easy one is unassigned divisions. We do have some armies, our little green boys here. These are mountaineers. They're all mountain specialist troops, which is kind of amazing. Unfortunately, though, the little orange bar indicates that they are severely under-equipped. So let's see why. They are at 30% fighting strength because they are missing guns and support equipment. And our logistics page says that we do have a deficit So while they certainly have the fighting spirit, they do not have the things that they need to actually fight. I'm also not sure why we're starting at a fighter and close air support deficit. Do we even have an airfield in the Alps? We do. And the airfield is set to 36 out of our hopeful 100 planes, and then 12 out of 100 planes are here. I'm not really sure why these are set up the way they are, but okay, we're gonna have to make an Air Force, I think, this time. It's a great opportunity to make an Air Force because that was sort of the whole point of the DLC, was it created a custom plane builder, which I haven't gotten to play with yet. You have 14 divisions at sub 30 strength and your deficit's only 300? Yeah, these must be tiny divisions. So if we look at their combat width is only 6, which sort of indicates how densely populated a given division is. So in the mountains, we have a combat width of 75, which ideally 75 is not what you want. Anyways, it's just mountains are difficult to fight in, is what that basically means, compared to, say, an urban province where combat width is 96. So the higher the combat width for a location, the more room there is for combat to occur. So that's why combat width, say, in plains or in urban areas is much higher, because there's just more room to fight. Mountains are difficult to fight in, and so their combat width is lower, which means fewer soldiers can actually occupy the same battle on that tile. So for like 75 combat width, I don't even know what size divisions I would want. Because for, say, plains, where combat width is like 90, probably would want like... God, when they changed combat width, they made this quite difficult because there just is no meta anymore. I think 21, 22 is still generally pretty good. Hills are 80. What else do we have? Mountains are 75. Plains are 90. Urban's 96. 25 times 3 for 75. Yeah, I guess we would want size 25. Yeah. For just mountains. However, we would get bullied a little bit if we left the mountains, because it's just an awkward combat width. Basically, if your combat width is too high, you can't squeeze in extra divisions to fight in the same area for reinforcements. But anyway, our unassigned divisions are really, really tiny. So we're going to throw them all into a new army group and give them a general. So we have a handful of generals that are already pre-selected for us. One who is a winter specialist, minus 50% to winter attrition, and is ready for an upgrade. Do we have any choice for a commander? No. Okay, once again, just like Ethiopia, there is no field marshal able to be recruited, so we're gonna have to either hire one via political decision making or promote one of these existing generals once we get some command power, which we have none of. So I'm just gonna pick the best level 3 skill general. He's pretty good at defense, which is what you want in Switzerland to hold the mountains. So the thing about mountains is, since they give you such a high defensive bonus, and they're so difficult to fight in, you can get away with much smaller divisions holding each of these mountain tiles, because if you look, there's really like one forest, there's a lake which you can't fight over, some hills, but yeah, majority mountains here, all the way around the side. So we're trying to kind of like look and see on our borders where the weak spots are. So like this hill spot is weak, this urban province is weak. However, what's great about Switzerland is it's surrounded by a river. So that's going to give us a very large crossing defense bonus to, say, Germany, who might want to invade from the north. Italy might want to invade from the south, and they have to go through the mountains. So we have mountains on the south, a river on the north. I'm allergic to river mountains. Only a little bit late this time. Only a little bit. I think they did a good job creating the need to custom make troop divisions for certain combat types. I think so too, yeah. Getting rid of the old meta I think is just good, but it's still difficult to figure out what good combos are sometimes. So, now that we've got them assigned to an army, we can give them an order. And that order is going to be quite simple. We're just going to do an area defense order. And then select all the spots in Switzerland. And then we can decide what we want them to guard. I wish there was one for just borders. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't. But we have one for forts, air bases. There is no coastline, and there are no naval bases, so we don't need to worry about that. But just let them spread out. We're not going to get declared on for a while anyways. Okay, what other icons do we have? We know that we are missing equipment production for fighters and close air support. The reason for that is because we only have 4 military factories. So we need to tell our factories what to do. We're currently behind on infantry and support equipment. So what we're going to do is just assign the other 2 available military factories to just tier 1 infantry equipment for now. Because guns are the most important things for your soldiers to hold. I think that goes without saying. And then at the beginning of the game, as long as you do this before you unpause, you'll see this green bar starts full. So right now, our factories are in 1936 technological level. So they're only able to work at 50% of their potential efficiency. Well, it's not necessarily exclusively technological level, even though that's a large part of it, but it's also like Switzerland is not mentally preparing for war. So the factories that we do have dedicated to infantry equipment, just they're like, yeah, we'll make some guns just in case, but there's not like fire under their feet, so to speak. And so as things escalate and the global war tension, or just global tension escalates, it gets easier and easier to motivate the factories to use what they have more efficiently and with more purpose. But yeah, for now we're just going to get 3 factories. They're going to produce about 14 guns a day. Those will go into the hands of the soldiers who are missing them until they get caught up. And then we can either start recruiting more soldiers. That's one option. Option 2 is do military training and exercises to spend equipment to sort of get them to rank up. I think regular is the max anyways. And then the third option would be to increase the size of the existing divisions, which we can't do. So we're not allowed to manipulate them. And that's because we are Swiss. So the Swiss have sort of particular Swiss citizen militia that is specific to them. Switzerland relies on their civilization or civilian population to take up arms when needed. A limited amount of militias can be trained, and they will have their organization initially capped. Organization is their soft hit points or their overshield. Once the focus of armed neutrality is completed, the militias will be able to be expanded, improved, and eventually deployed using the deploy citizen militia decision. While militias are deployed, penalties to the Swiss economy will stack up over time but reset after they are recalled. So yeah, we got some unique Swiss mechanics here. Loads of aluminum. Yeah, let's see what our natural resources are like here. We are extracting 68 aluminum. It's quite a lot. And exporting 34 of that. And then we also get nothing else. Okay, cool. Just aluminum, and that's it. Switzerland doesn't play quite like any other country in the game. Yeah, I'm getting that impression already. Let's actually see what their 2 national spirits are. There's the famous Swiss neutrality. Swiss neutrality is just so many debuffs to our ability to really interact with any other nation. We can't improve relations as easily with other countries. We definitely can't join any factions, so we can't make alliances. We can't really send volunteers easily because that would break neutrality. We can't make guarantees on other nations, guaranteeing their independence. But it does take 500% more time for someone else to justify a war goal and get a casus belli on us. So we have a lot more. It's just really inefficient for them to try and justify against us, and they'll have to wait 5 times as long as usual. We get a little bit of daily democracy support, and it costs 200% more for an army chief, which is this guy. Unless that's a different thing. Okay, what else we got? We start with an export focus on trade law, which effectively gives us a small bonus to construction and research. Going to free trade is probably in our best interest because we don't extract that many resources outside of aluminum. So we don't really lose much. So we want to get even more bonuses. The more you trade, the faster you build and research. The less you trade, the opposite is true, but you get to keep all the resources that you're harvesting locally inside your own nation. And then the civilian economy is another thing that we're going to want to bump up, but we may or may not be able to. And starting a civilian economy just means all of our factories are busy appeasing the average peace-loving citizen, and to have a little bit more have a few more factories, and also spool up construction to help us mobilize. We're going to need to change those laws. Okay, let's get research selected. And research is pretty easy, especially since as a Swiss, we should have quite a lot of time to ponder our decision making. So I'm just going to go with the standard choices. We're going to get production tier 1, which is going to raise our... We have 4 military factories, so it's going to make each of them have a 10% higher cap. So instead of going up to 50%, they'll be able to go up to 60%, which represents a 20% increase in their productivity. And construction 1, so we can build stuff faster, which we're going to start using our civilian factories to build with shortly. And then 3rd, research speed, because we need to research, the ability to research faster. And that also gives us some boat things. The Swiss Navy, of course, is a famous superpower feared the world over. But yeah, we need research, which will take us to more research. And then on the left side, reinforcements, radio, and radar, which we'll need for planes and an air force. Okay, now civilian factories. We actually have a decent number of civilian factories for such a small area. Way more than I remember having as Ethiopia, so we got 5. So step 1, let's look at our infrastructure level. Swiss infrastructure is really good in the Swiss plateau, which of course is where Zurich is. But Bern, our capital, is in which district? Okay, it's in the same one. So the capital and Zurich is all together. Cool. So what I'm going to start with is just having my 5 civilian factories build another civilian factory if we can. I think 60% infrastructure is fine, so let's just build it over there. This is not going to work long term. There's not many slots to build in here, so we're going to have to figure that out. And that's where the focus tree comes in, which is our next objective. Yo, what's up? Hi, Chet, I can see you. Icer Joker says, pick a card. Any card for 52 months. Okay, I pick the 9 of diamonds. Now what? New haircut and new Hearts of Iron playthrough? Pog. Very pog. Very lowercase pog. Where's music? You know what we gotta do. No shuffle. There we go. Start at the beginning. Got a big playlist. When you have all the DLCs in this game, no speech. Speech, you stay back. No Sabaton. No DMCA, please. Can we bet if Hitler is immediately defeated? Okay, let's have a gamba. Tab back in. It's gamba time. Where's Gamba? Poll, goal, prediction. There we go. Bet. Will Germany have a coup? Yes, no. Will Germany have an ahistorical coup? You have 5 minutes to put your channel points on the line, which seems like too long. For context, I'm playing ahistorical, which means anything can happen in Hearts of Iron. All the different countries have a different focus tree that lets them take any number of political decisions and steer their country in often strange directions. In our games, Germany does have a tendency to undergo a coup right at the beginning of our ahistorical games. I would say that it happens more often than not. So keep that. I don't know which way it's gonna go. It's random. And when they do, the Kaiser comes in, and from World War One. Itai, you didn't start it. I know, I'm explaining context before I start it so that you guys have the information necessary to put your Chana points down. I'm trying to help you. Blind bets only. There you go. But there's also just as good a chance that that doesn't happen, and regular stinky Germany led by Hitler is just the... We haven't seen that in I don't know how many games, but it's possibilities there. All right. I didn't bet because I'm neutral. That's fair, yeah. Finally, speaking of, we need to set our own national focus. So here's the new Swiss focus tree. And this is the part of the game that, if you're new to Hearts of Iron, will look probably the most intimidating, other than all the other buttons I've been clicking. What this represents is replayability. So, a lot of these paths are political. A lot of these paths are basically specializing your forces, whether they be ground troops, Air Force, sometimes Navy, probably not a Swiss naval tree, but I guess there could be in case you do get access to the water. And usually, or at least in this case, the right side, or I think the middle, yeah, the middle is more of what the military investments will go, like defend the skies is making your Air Force better. There's usually industrial investments you can make. This is like special forces and infantry. This is defense. And also making your military larger. And then I think the right side of this is actually this is on the far right side for a reason. This is the Alpine supremacy. This is as far into fascist as you can go. Closer ties with the German Reich. But you don't have to join the Axis, I don't think. Yeah, you don't have to. You can become a German puppet instead. That sounds more sad. Request French occupation. This hand coming through the screen scares me. Is there a way to pay out pink downers? Is there a date when there's no more chance of a coup? We'll know when there's not a coup, because they will have gone down a different tree. So Germany's tree is kind of small, because it's old. They'll either pick oppose Hitler, or they don't. Those are really the only two options. And we'll know when they pick. Okay, as for us, this is the most important. I mean, the first thing, obviously, what's interesting about the Swiss tree is we just start with, we have to do this. This is going to be the easiest first decision I've ever made. But then once we get a few on, then it gets a little bit tougher. On this left-hand side, we have a mutually exclusive decision here. So this is where it gets spicy. You either pick that side or you pick that side if you end up going down this. Closer democratic ties leads to either joining France, joining the Allies. So joining France is become a puppet of France. So we're definitely not going to pick that because I want to keep playing. Join the Allies or a secret pact with the Allies. And then this is for if you if you lose, you can be a government in exile. Sure. Let's see what this one goes to. Ban the Nazi propaganda that leads to pro-Helvetia. The Spirit of Saint Bernard. Look at that icon. How can you not take this? I want Doc. Train the Swiss ladies. Spirit of the Resistance. So this is resistance and fortification. Okay, fair enough. And then on the left side, after you go for Allied gold... Ooh, there is a Swiss Navy. Switzerland on the offensive. This gets you out of citizen militias into conscription and changes to regular infantry, which is nice. So yeah, there is a navy. But yeah, on the left side, we got another mutually exclusive decision here. Preempt the Anschluss. Rumblings that the German Reich is looking to annex Austria in the name of German unity. This is not something that the Swiss Confederation can allow. It'll empower the German Reich to make the same claims about our German-speaking cantons. We must hurry, and if Austria accepts, you annex Austria as Switzerland before Germany can. Which would make us this. We would just be this very large hot dog. That sounds like fun. And that leads to demanding the Italian Alps, the French Alps, and creating land forts. Then you become the Alpine Protectorate, with a boot stepping on chess pieces. A hot dog and an Axis bun. Yeah, you'd be sandwiched by Germany and Italy. And then you can either try to bring democracy to Germany, liberate Italy, or protect France. Annex the German Reich. It's easy. Liberate Italy. Annex Italy. Annex France. France has always been a fickle nation, with frequent upheavals where the toss of a coin decides if the result of revolution de jour is a weak democracy or a militaristic regime. Under Swiss protection, the French people could thrive, ruled by our democratic stability. We're bringing democracy to the world by force. We haven't actually played a democratic run in a while, so that's the most tempting path right now. This one says return to old Switzerland. This is probably boring AI path where you just don't do anything and empower the council. You can't do both. What else? Oh, this is spicy. The neutral entente. We're not the only neutral nation in the world, and with the risk of war and belligerent powers infringing on our desire to stay out of their conflict, we must deter them further. We must seek the mutual help of all other neutral nations. So war on one neutral means war on all neutrals. Create the neutral entente, and you can invite people to your faction of neutrals. Chat, what if we actually just played a full Swiss neutrality where we try and make the entire world neutral? That's a great idea. I think it'll definitely work. Make everybody so indifferent to war that we create world peace. What happens when the neutral entente goes to war? Well, if they get declared on, then they protect each other. Okay, and then democratic ties, yeah, these are the ones that, like, essentially lead to the allies. We'll get there when we get there. I think I want to do the left-hand path and do democracy by force. But what about cracking down on dissent? Doesn't an alliance of neutrals constitute a faction? Yeah, but we're so neutral we need to make everyone else be neutral too. All dissenters, rise up. Okay, I didn't read the other thing. We have foreign fascist propaganda as a national spirit. So every nation starts with national spirits. They're often just big debuffs that you have to overcome via national focuses. So what's our other one? There's daily fascism support right now. There isn't a large fascist movement native to Switzerland, but our fascist neighbors are keen on tearing up our confederation from the inside, with fifth column and propaganda operations in every canton. but especially in the German and Italian-speaking ones. Okay, so we have to ditch fascism support, and we have to somehow get rid of Swiss neutrality. So where do we start? Guiding principles. The Swiss Confederation stands as the oldest democracy in the continent. But the precipitous pace of change in Europe is putting this at risk. Should we continue the course laid by Eisengesellschaft and the Constitution of 1848? Or will a new path reveal itself to us? Swiss Guiding Principles event gets some 100 pp, and the balance of power begins in Switzerland with federal council and canton sides. It starts with 100% progress toward the cantons. Okay, that is its own mechanic special to Switzerland, because we are led by not an individual leader, but the Federal Assembly, which is its own thing, which will reveal itself to us shortly. I noticed that we also have 3 experts. This is the biggest page of political advisors I've seen in the game. That's so many people. We start with 3. Giuseppe Matta, Albert Meyer, and Johann Baumann. We get daily political power, party popularity, stability, and some daily democracy. We are 96% popular with the Democratic parties. More democracy support, faster civilian factories, that's good. And more political, so a lot of political power. Are we getting like bonus political power? Or is this just a normal amount? 1.42 per day right now, seems okay. And then more democracy. There you go. All right, we're done, we're ready to go, let's unpause. I don't think there's anything else to do. Boop. Oh my god, a Hearts of Iron democracy, we're gonna do it. So, each of these will take a certain number of days. So we got the timer in the top right. Hearts of Iron is very much a waiting and numbers go up game. You can go fast forward faster, of course, but now's a great time that if you were like, I saw a couple people like, teach me Hearts of Iron, please. Now's your time to tell me which part. Which part to tell you about. Because I've been doing my best to actually just explain the minutia of getting started in a Hearts of Iron game. But I guess on a more big picture scale, the purpose of each Hearts of Iron campaign is specific to the country you choose to play as. So there isn't a implicit win condition that's the same for every country. You kind of have to pick which path you want to take on the focus tree for your respective nation and then choose what constitutes victory for you. So for me, when we played Ethiopia, my victory condition was beating back Italy and removing Italy from Africa and also just pure survival, like back against the wall. And we ended up expanding to the entire Horn of Africa. And that was a win for us. Whereas if you were playing Italy, you probably were going to want to like paint the map a lot more. Or the Soviets. You're going to want to push into either Poland, Finland, and Europe, or focus on Asia, or both. So the campaigns are much smaller in Hearts of Iron than most other grand strategy games. Which I guess is, I don't know if this is I guess this is a grand strategy, but it's just different. How do you naval invade? Number 1, have a navy. Number 2, have naval superiority in every single tile between where your invasion force is and where you want them to land. So when I played as Belgium, wait, no, we played as the Netherlands. When I played as the Netherlands, I naval invaded the United Kingdom. Don't ask about the context of why. But all I had to do was build a sufficient Dutch navy, of course, to get naval superiority over the English Channel. It's easy. And then you can launch your naval invasion, as long as it's with any of the coastline that's inside of that area of naval superiority. But if it's a little further away, like if I wanted to invade the north of the UK, I'd have to have naval superiority of this tile, then I could invade up there, So you have to, the further away your target is, the more ships you really need. Why does Italy and Africa have stink lines? Those aren't stink lines. It was rainy. Weather is actually simulated in the game and affects the combat capabilities of the different armies. Fox, have you done a campaign in Asia? Yes. We did Xinjiang and ended up taking all of mainland China. And it was awful, because then we ended up somehow at war with the US, and the US sent all of their navy to bomb our entire coastline and delete all of our infrastructure. It was very, very difficult. The political situation inside and around the Swiss Confederation is deteriorating quickly. There's a growing movement advocating for guiding principles to steer the ship in the right direction during the impending storm, but the question is, which one? We do not know what our neighbors will do, but we must decide now what course of action allows Switzerland to survive. We must protect our democratic and neutral values. Perhaps we should be more active about protecting our democracy, or neutrality is untenable under these circumstances. So this is sort of your status quo. Be a more active participant, or start moving away from democracy to kind of set the stage for Switzerland right now. I think I like the left-hand path, and that one's going to be the most spicy even if we lose. So let's be more active about protecting our democracy. Swiss guiding principles gets a modifier. Daily balance of power change, minus 10%. I need to see what that means. We haven't looked at the balance of power yet. So I think that's going to come about up here, actually. Yes, balance of power is set to 1.0 on the cantons, so we're going to need to look at that before we choose the next thing. This is a Swiss-only mechanic. This does not exist for the others, though with the new DLC nations, it seems like this and Ethiopia have something similar here. We got a balance of power with a bunch of pips and a meter. So what does this mean? Full cantonal power. Surrender limit plus 75%. We surrender like really fast. War support non-existent, and political advisors are free. Okay? If you go here, it lessens each of those numbers until you lose the war support debuff, but you're not getting free political advisors. And if you move this way, you actually start gaining war support instead of losing it. And you don't surrender as easily. So we're going to need full council control away from the cantons to the federal council, probably over time. I've been playing co-op with a friend as Italy. The new focuses are so dang good. Yeah, I think the DLC has been pretty nice so far. I'm hoping to get into the shipbuilder on this one. Isn't higher surrender limit good? Oh yeah, I guess it is. You're right, Chad. You're right. My bad. Green number good. So so war support goes up, but it's easier to surrender. How does that make sense? Someone explain this to me. Wouldn't more war support mean you're willing to fight the war for longer? Harder for offensive wars, but easier for defensive wars. Power to the cantons means administration is decentralized, so it's less important if you lose bits and pieces. Okay, I think that makes the most sense. So if we go all the way to a federal council, since power is concentrated in the council as opposed to split among the cantons themselves, which I think it would be important to know what the cantons of Switzerland are. There are 26 cantons of Switzerland. They are the member states of the Swiss Confederation. The nucleus of the Swiss Confederacy in the form of the first three Confederate allies used to be referred to as the Waldstaat. Each canton of the old Swiss Confederacy was a fully sovereign state with its own border controls, army, and currency from 1648 until the establishment of the Swiss federal state in 1848. There you go. Now at least I know what they are. Name all 26 of them. So let's see what some of these options do. Each of these calls political power, which we are going to be generating a lot of because of our officials in government right now are all pumping up our political power gain. And our national focuses sometimes reward us with political power as well. So that was a plus 100 bonus. So we can spend this on something here if we want. Let's see. Council diplomatic effort for 30 days. The German Reich, France, and Italy gets mild appeasement. They like us a little bit more. But balance of power moves toward the side of the Federal Council. Then the cost of this is increased by 10. So it gets more expensive each time you use it. Rally cantonal defense. The balance of power moves back towards the cantons, but you get 50 command power and increases your military readiness. Strengthen military high command moves 25% towards the Federal Council. You get 50 command power and 25 army XP. Okay, pushing for centralization requires the balance of power is at the balance between council and canton range, which is here. So we need to get the meter from here all the way over here, and then we can start using these. So, right now, I don't see any downside to just appeasing all of our neighbors a little bit and just moving power back towards the Federal Council, because I feel like that's what we're going to end up wanting to do anyways. So let's just do council diplomatic effort the first time. Boop. Start moving that back over. The only thing that I would have said was maybe we should have just changed... Shit, I could have probably... We cannot jump to partial mobilization without 25% war support. I guess I could have jumped to free trade as well, but we need to do all the things. We need to do everything. We gotta start moving balance of power back, and we need to do the others. So, let's do that next, because we still have 120 PP. Select the national focus. We have option A, increase the defense budget. Option B, the National Defense Fund. They're not mutually exclusive, so you can do both, but you only need one to move towards spiritual defense, which is down the line further. Defense budget gives us 2 military factories and buffs the speed of construction for factories, whereas the defense fund gives us 3 civilian factories and releases more of our factories for construction purposes. So they're both fantastic. They're both 70 days. I think the civilian factories help us immediately since it's only 1936, so we can get the military factories after the fact, but the nice thing about these is it buffs the construction speed of all building. But yeah, I'm going to go with the 3 civilian factories first, with the reasoning being we only have 5. So 3 more constitutes a 60% increase in our available factories if we can use them all. So let's do that. I never thought of playing Switzerland in Hearts of Iron 4. Well, now you can. I mean, you always could, but it was kind of pointless, I think, before the last DLC. Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Assa. Rumors are swirling that the annexation of the... Excuse me, the game's not paused. The Sultanate of Assa has seen Italian troops amassing on the border of the isolated nation, and sources indicate pressures being exerted diplomatically to force a capitulation without bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Mohammed Yayo can resist the Italian pressure, but the situation doesn't look promising. That is right here, and it looks like they just gave in. Unsurprising to many, that was the fastest demand accepted ever. This is the Sultanate of Asa. I have a place in my heart for Ethiopia's struggles when this happens too. The government held out hope of avoiding occupation, but it became increasingly clear colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up new positions on the border with Ethiopia. It's unclear whether the occupation is permanent or how it impacts a wider Italian conflict with Ethiopia. Unsurprising, but that is the way it goes. What are those red lines that look either like rails or fallback lines? This means it is impassable. This is impassable terrain. So, if Italy wanted to invade Switzerland, they would have to go through either here, 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 or here. This is a very close bottleneck for Italy. The Alps, especially these western Swiss Alps, are incredibly difficult to mount. So that's why we're definitely at more danger from, say, Germany than we are from Italy, because it should be very easy to defend these 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. Our biggest threat is going to be supply lines, which, let me see if we have... We have pretty good supplies, because we have the capital right here, and these are quite close, but you can see this darker blue. We're definitely going to want to we're going to want to get trucks and be able to spread those supplies out a little bit further, I think. Don't look at that. Modify the government, not yet. I'll take a look at it when it's back to 150 pp. But in the meantime, this has got 13 days left. And making Germany, France, and Italy like us more might be good, or I don't know, it might be counterintuitive, because if I'm planning on declaring war on them, I don't know how we're going to beat them. Not my problem right now. Every year, the Swiss Federal Assembly chooses one of the councillors to be president of the Swiss Confederation. First, among equals. He will use his limited powers to represent the council and break any ties in the council to gently steer the council towards safety or glory. Once a councillor becomes president of the Confederation, they will not be able to be assigned as a political advisor again, but they will have a powerful decision at their disposal. When a political advisor slot is vacant for too long, you will suffer penalties, so make sure to fill the position quickly. Who should the Assembly elect to be the face of the Swiss Confederation this year? Well, we have these 3 people to choose from. And I'm not electing you, chat. So each of these 3 people are already sitting on the council, but we can elect one of them to represent the Swiss Confederation for the year, and then they will not be able to be assigned as a political advisor again. So option 1 is Giuseppe Motta, who is giving us daily PP, daily popularity for the party, and daily democracy support. All 3 of these move 10% towards the side of the cantons when hired. Now, does that mean when hired to the council, or when elected? I'm assuming it's when hired to the council. But each of these is more or less the same except for Albert Meyer, who has a civilian factory construction speed bonus. Because he has democracy support, but the party popularity stability modifier, plus 10%. We don't want party popularity stability right now, because we're trying to switch... Wait, no. We're trying to stay democratic. But I want the civilian factory construction speed, so I'm just going to say let's hire Johann Baumann. Whenever any of these is selected, Balance of power moves 15% towards the side of the federal council. That's what we want. And they all confer weekly stability gain. We're already at 100% stability. We lose war support, but we gain democracy support. Okay, let's do Johan Baumann first. So, they should vacate their political advisor spot. And now we must hire someone else for free. They are all free right now. If we leave this blank, they said that there would be penalties. So we can just straight up put fascists in here. So this is how you start manipulating the country from the inside. We're not going fascist. Democratic capitalists. So this is a trade-off. The upside, okay, like let's say hypothetically, you only have 3 spots. If you fill all 3 spots with your favorite buffs from the screen, the downside is that you do have to pick one of them, put them in the role of the presidential seat for a year, thereby removing their powers forever. So you'd never want to put the 3 best simultaneously. Like one of them has to be sacrificed. There have to be trade-offs because you're going to burn through these, I feel like. But we still want things that are helpful to us and not things that are hurtful to us. I like construction speed bonuses. Command power could be useful right now because we do not even have a field marshal. So that's not bad. Improve relations is more efficient. Fascist appeaser is fascism support. There's a couple... Okay, so diplomats have the same stats. That's good. Stability and daily democracy support, but you lose PP. A lot of just regular diplomats. We don't need stability right now, so some of them can be hired situationally as well. This is just a huge political power bonus, but you lose democracy for appeasing the corporations. This is daily democracy and communism. Can you do Switzerland as a communist power? Is it finally time for Switzerland to conquer Europe? It is. Are we historical? Never. Why don't the advisors come back? Do they get shot when they're done? I think because the whole system is, you're in the council, because it's currently, the cantons are in power, so I think these all represent the different states of Switzerland, and they're getting representation in the Federal Assembly. So it seems like from the outside looking in a system whereby you get your time as a representative, and then once it's over, it's time to let somebody else shine. It's sort of analog to, like, if you're elected president, there is, at least right now, a self-imposed cap on the amount of time you can spend as president. And then you're done. Okay, what to start with? Ooh, weapons designer. Research speed 20% bonus? I don't like that this dude's name is Adolf Fuhrer, but other than that, it seems like a neat guy. Daily support for unaligned isn't great. And 75% off of material designer cost. We're definitely picking you up later, I think. Unaligned support doesn't help us right now, so we're gonna veer away from that. Okay, I think the easiest choice is the construction speed 5% guy. Herman Obrecht with daily democracy support, because we need to build. We're building as fast as our little 5 factories can. It'll be done the 16th of October. It's only February right now, so that's quite some time. Okay, then when we get 2 more political power, make that 1 more political power. We got some more decisions to make here. Check. Not check. Swiss, excuse me. Should we go to free trade first, or should we go to early mobilization first? The benefit of free trade is we get another 5% to research and building speed. The benefit to the civilian economy is we get more of our civilian factories, and we also gain 20% to construction speed. So it's really research versus ability to build quickly. And I'm gonna say that we're probably gonna get some more political power somewhere down this tree. Because free trade is also factory output. Let's do free trade. I think I like the research. We get a little construction, a little research, a little factory output. It's all nice. Okay, looking good. We can start fast forwarding a little faster. How do you normally advance? Do I just click? Or was there a hotkey? I don't know. But yeah, 4X is good. How do I enable automatic pausing on event pop-ups? I guess I think I disabled it on purpose so that I could AFK while the game was unpaused previously. Hey Tal, I'm writing a history exam. Can you explain the symbolism of the French tricolor flag? Wait, you're writing a history exam, like for students? So the history of the French tricolor flag, I think it's pretty much like, they saved the JPEG of the Czechoslovakia flag and compressed it so many times through reposting memes that when it became very pixelated, they were like, that's the one. Wait, no, wait, is that our flag? Yeah, I think that one's ours. Okay, I'll answer that, thanks, you're welcome. Uh-oh, uh-oh! Peepo betters! Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory, close to the French border, in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local population cheered the German soldiers on, while the diplomatic reaction from France and Britain has so far been muted. It is no more than the Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator in Britain observed. I believe that means that they should. I think they just completed the Rhineland choice, right? I'm gonna double check before I give the points away. So just hold on to your points for a little bit, because I want to be 1000% certain that I think pink doubters win. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement revising the Treaty of Lausanne, signed and implemented after the Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty's long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has finally been amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey has complete control over traffic passing in and out of the Turkish Straits, and states around the straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. Turkey! Turkey was fun to play. Turkey is very isolationist. It's all by itself. You can kind of just... You have to deal with so many, like, events, though. There's so many... Oh, I didn't look at our decision page! The Federal Council of Switzerland has stood since 1848 as the stalwart zenith of Swiss democracy. President is currently Johann Baumann. And what do we got? Swiss Democratic Tradition campaign is 100 pp. Remind the Swiss population of our storied democratic tradition, the oldest democracy in Europe, and perhaps the only true one. Damn. What does that mean, France? What does that mean, United Kingdom? Do you hear these verbal attacks coming from the Swiss? We can also oust presidents or renounce our guiding principles. Our original commitment to consolidate power into the Federal Council might have been misguided. The current situation calls for a more direct and inclusive democracy where stability and citizen participation are the order of the day. Remove modifier Swiss guiding principles from balance of power. I don't know why I would click those buttons, but it's nice to know they exist. Go off, King. You mean go off, Council. Nazi Party representative in Switzerland assassinated. That is bad. Is it good? Wait, is that good? David Frankfurter, a Jewish Croat living in Bern, turned himself in to the Graubünden police and confessed to the assassination of Wilhelm Gustloff, the leader of the Nazi Party's foreign organization in Switzerland. He cited the Nazi Party's harmful beliefs toward the Jewish people and Gustloff's role in spreading them in Switzerland as the reason for the shooting. How we choose to proceed in this potentially lengthy issue will be used by the German Reich and the rest of the world as a way to measure our dedication to neutrality and the rule of law. He will have a fair trial and the events will unfold over time, or he confessed, so he should get the maximum sentence straight away. David Frankfurter will be given the maximum sentence without trial. German Reich appreciates you delivering swift retribution for the assassination. France is not as kind. He will have a fair regular trial instead of immediately sentencing him to the maximum penalty. There we go. The Swiss don't miss. It's true. J Baby, by the way, thanks for 12 months with the D face in chat. Happy 1 year. Hi, J Baby. I don't like all these soldiers on my borders in 1936. Why do you guys have so many stationed here? Don't you know who I am? They're like, hey, you're on my borders. And I'm like, but do you see how small my territory is? I can't not be on your borders. Because if I get off of your borders, I'm on your borders. If I get off of your borders, I'm on your borders, okay? You gotta ping pong me. There's like one county where I can, 2 counties where I can stay off of people's borders. We can't just all live there. Okay, so things are moving under full cantonal power soon. Once it's under 75%, it'll be picked up by strong. And I'm sure the events will keep shifting as that continues. Let's see how Ethiopia... Now I have a vested interest in Ethiopia's long-term success after having played as them. We live in an age where electric machines can no longer only warm and light us. Light us? Like cigarettes? But help us think and communicate. Electronics will be the key to military intelligence in the coming century. I doubt that very much. Can electronics stop a cannonball regiment? I don't think so. What about troops standing in a very organized line who all fire at the same time before a 45-second reload? The old ways are best, I think. Let's go to mechanical computing next, because the way research works in Hearts of Iron, I'll explain again, depending on the year, that affects what options you have. So on any given page, you just want to look at the date. For some reason, I love the UI and the clicky buttons, but for some reason, some of the things are columns and some are rows. So in this case, technology is a row. I think it generally depends on how lengthy... Wait, no, it doesn't, because you could have fit this on the other... Whatever. So here's a column of years. 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 Here's a row of years. And here's a row of years. But the year dictates how difficult it is to research a given thing. So because it's 1936 and not 1939, we will not be researching higher tier guns, because that would take us 735 days to figure out. Whereas if we were researching something on par with our current year, it's a much more convenient 177 days for trucks. So let's just see what the Swiss start with. We do have 1936 guns, which is good. We don't have the pre-war guns. We've invented grenades. No more knives, only grenades now. We do not know how trucks work because you don't need trucks in the mountains. I know it's a little known fact, but if you're living in the Alps, trucks can't drive up mountains. So that's why we're going to go straight to helicopter technology if we can as the Swiss and just get helis in World War II. I think that'd be nice. Also, I think heavily investing in the Marine Corps as the Swiss will have some really nice long-term payoffs for us in Domino into a beautiful naval Swiss campaign. So should we get trucks? Let's see. Maybe. Can't go wrong with support weapons either. That's just a straight buff to all of your infantry. We already have a couple support companies. That's good. We're going to want engineers and recon in every single division because the ability to entrench in the mountains is going to be key, especially if we don't... we're probably going to be playing on our back foot. Like, we're going to be the ones that get attacked first, maybe. So... keeping up with engineer companies is going to be huge. I'm assuming that we're not going to have a very large pool of manpower to pick from. There's about 3.7 million Swiss citizens, and the Swiss citizen militia constitutes a 10% quantity. Like, that's really high. The citizen militias, that's very numerous. 323,000 manpower for such a tiny nation is a lot. But I'm thinking that hospitals are going to be important, both because they will regurgitate casualties back into the fighting force, but also because of the way the field hospitals now work on war support. So war support has had some significant changes with the last patch. No tanks, because it's mountains. Artillery is good. Boats, don't even look at them. Airframes. I do want to do the air builder today. But yeah, let's just go with good old-fashioned research to research. I'm just trying to take an inventory of what they're working with right now. Wrong button. Where are we? Almost done with the National Defense Fund. We could just make horsies, yeah. We could just make a bunch of horsies. Hello, mostly lost. E-Tower. I like how tiny this emote is. Why is it so small? Welcome back. Thanks for stopping again. Pig. The defense of a country requires more than sweat and toil. We need funds for importing equipment and raw materials to prepare for the worst. Establishing and promoting a fund where Swiss citizens can contribute voluntarily will allow us to offset any military budget increases. It puts on display the Swiss participatory attitude. We're passing around a collection piggy bank. I expect every chat member to donate to the military budget increase, okay? It's not taxes if you will volunteer. But that's 3 free civilian factories for us, which bumps us up to 8. So we're only using 3 out of our 11 factories right now for toasters. Consumer goods. Things that the regular people, like you or me, need. Like channel, thank you for the channel points. Good volunteer work from chat. So we have a choice here. We can either go back and get the military factories and the build speed, or go forward towards the political stuff. Our confederation's been committed to
this
the
stream
okay.
is sponsored by viewers like error.
Swiss national values gives you passive spirit of Helvetia, which gives you daily political power gain bonus, recruitable population factor down, war support down, military factory construction speed down, and civilian factory construction speed up. That doesn't sound ideal. And that leads to fortifying one of the borders. Which border? I feel like Germany. Especially if they're on... Ooh, yeah, especially Germany. We're probably going to have to fortify the border with Germany. These are... That's a 35-day one. Chat, what do? I want the defense budget, but I feel like rushing political stuff is never wrong. Who just gifted subs? Time anyone but time it out for 10 minutes. It's weird. Why would you type your own name in the chat and waste 100,000 channel points? It's so weird. Nasukin says, I don't know where these bits came from. So here, hey, thanks for the bits, Nasukin. And Skolgar with the 10 gift subs. Zessel, Crazy Polish Sweetleaf, Alaskan Badger, Dimitrus, Galadin, Pie by Millions, Captain Squirrel, Operon, and Cosmosian. Enjoy your sub, courtesy of Skolgar. Thanks for the $50 gift sub. Timing yourself out is a power move. But yeah, I agree, because of the direction that Germany's heading, we need to go down the list to preemptively Anschluss before Germany can. This could be a very short campaign today. I'm curious how it'll go. But we should definitely rush with that in mind, I think. We have the benefit of knowing history and what's next. So I'm curious how the Germans can react to the Swiss doing this. Hitler's still alive in April 1936. What kind of ahistorical campaign is this? One where pink doubters are about to reap some channel point rewards. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, and the US, met in December 1935 discussing a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, restricting the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia, and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. Negotiations are now at an end, and signatory nations have agreed to limits in size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. More money for the army, then. Chat, am I crazy, or did 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 used to change the speed on this? Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, we need to save all of our PP to get out of civilian economy and go to early mobilization. Crazy and correct. Yeah, number keys don't change this now. Check keybinds. I don't know that I can. Does Hearts of Iron have keybinds? I don't think it does. I've never looked. But let me make sure I didn't miss anybody else. I think I got everybody. Anyway, it would be hilarious to somehow make a Swiss Navy. Here's what we need to be deciding. The path that we're taking, if you joined us late, is aggressive democracy. So we're gonna do a democratic Swiss run, but it's not the normal kind of joining the Allies. But I think some of you are misunderstanding. I know that this has a keybind of plus and minus. But I thought it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before. But I might be imagining things. A variety of newly developed milling machines can be used in military production, from small versatile types available to any machine shop to the large-scale advanced models, pushing technological limits. So, this unlocks our ability to industrialize better. Efficiency caps just went up 10% because we're 2.4 thousand infantry equipment deficit. Okay, that's more than I thought it was. It started at like 300, and we're gonna need a lot more guns. That's pretty brutal. So, because we're Swiss and we're surrounded by the Germans and Italy, I think it's pretty self-explanatory that we should just take dispersed industry and protect against bombing vulnerability. So these are mutually exclusive decisions. You can either pick this side or this side. Concentrated on the left. Ultimately, long-term, gives you more factory output from the same quantity of factories, because it's +5, +5, +5, +5, +5, all the way down. And then this side gives us industry is not so concentrated, therefore it is more resistant to bombing, but you have less output overall. But I think efficiency retention makes up for that, making it easy to change our assembly lines. So I feel like dispersed is kind of a no contest from me. But the fact that it's +5% over each option eventually makes it better in nations that are very stable for longer term campaigns. Ethiopia has declared war on the Ethiopian Empire. What is happening? The fascist government of Ethiopia, the Gugza line, led by Haile Selassie Gugza, the relative of Haile Selassie, is declaring war. Okay, sorry, I had my nose. Well, I gotta say, ahistorical is definitely making the beginning of the game more interesting now. Our confederation's been committed to the defense of Swish national values. Oh my god, the Alps are turning into Nikes. Wait, that's a swoosh. The swoosh national values. Our confederation has been committed to the defense of Swiss national values since 1932 in response to the growing threat of authoritarianism, you know? Now more than ever, that menace looms large, so we must renew our pledge to defend our way of life, physically and spiritually. This focus currently has no effect. Changes in the world situation may change that. All right, let's go ahead and fortify the border with Germany. We gain 2 land forts in every neighboring province with Germany, and they don't like us because that, but France gets mild appeasement. Don't get too cocky, France. You're next. Germany is just the most existential threat at the beginning of the game. That being said, it's ahistorical, and we've had our own issues with the Allies up until now, so that's not always true. I want to see what's going on here. Swish, swoosh. Swish. Swiss, swish, swoosh. Oh my god, that's hard to say. Swiss, swish, swoosh. Swiss, swish, swoosh. But yes, I'm in a very, like, electric state right now. I have too much energy, to be honest. I am just chomping at the bit for games this week. And I will always welcome an opportunity to go back to Hearts of Iron 2. He's wearing the Marmel shirt. Yes, I am wearing the Marmel shirt. What's Italy doing? Italy seems to have made an agreement with a civil war faction in Ethiopia. Haile Selassie's family member just sort of joined up with Italy. Chat, is it official? Can we go ahead and give the Pink Doubters their channel points? Which wristwatch is a Swiss Yeah, it's hard to say. All right, pink doubters, enjoy your channel points. Germany did not have an ahistorical coup. A Q? A coupon? A coupon? Enjoy your... Is it 2.9 million channel points? Wow. I want to make sure I click the right one. Go back. No coup. Correct. Channel points rolling out. Enjoy Blue Believers. 69 Blue Believers combined 1.7 million channel points. With the top earner being hentai folders on Pink Doubters who put in 250k. Zuni, rip 250k, big Blue Believers. Construction 1. Alright, simple but useful. Plus 10% to all construction speed. And we are almost done with our very first factory, so that's handy. So here's my question. At what point do we change to building forts? I think... Let's start by maxing civilian factories. I want to get to like 10 civilian factories, then start building a little bit of infrastructure. Just to get to 60%. Nothing crazy. There might be some infrastructure, like, decisions or national focuses to make. So maybe don't go too hard in that. Okay, new research. So we got construction, we got industry, check. Not check, I mean Swiss. We need radio at some point. We're gonna want airframes, but I think before we worry about that, let's go ahead and get trucks. Because we definitely want to not be without truck research. Both because we're gonna want to produce trucks for purposes of distributing supplies, and keeping our frontline troops supplied, but also they lead to some advanced support companies that we like. So that's just useful to have all around. Oh, damn, we have 177 PP. And now we don't have enough war support to change to early mobilization. Oh. Okay, well that's unfortunate. What do instead? I might just take this industrial concern. There's artillery designers. Yeah, let's take... What's the theorist? Mobile warfare doctrine? Meh. I say we just grab either... Let's just grab this plus 15% to all industrial research speed. Which should just be everything here, which we're currently researching now. So that should help. Oof. Well, the governorate of Ethiopia is very much winning. Unfortunately for them. RIP Ethiopia. Hello, new Ethiopia. So, what's another bet we could do? We could do a prediction for the Spanish Civil War, if you guys want to spend some more channel points. Why, hello there! Nationalist Spain declaring war on Spain? I just had a feeling in my gut. Spain has awoken. Which Spain will win? Nationalist Spain? Carlist Spain? Chat, what is regular Spain called? And then there's anarchist Spain. Republican Spain, right? Anarchist Spain is not called anarchist Spain, but just to make the betting more clear. Okay, so nationalist Spain is the fascists. Carlist is Carl, of course. Republican Spain is regular Spain, and anarchist Spain is what it says. You got 5 minutes. Standard issue Spain. Because there's always going to be 4 factions. It starts as just 2, and then it blossoms into 4. Every time. Coral? Is Walking Dead still on TV? Are they still doing seasons? Yeah, October 2022 is season 11, episode 20. Wow. I can't believe it's the final season and there's gonna be multiple spin-offs. Is it good now? Somehow I doubt it. Anyway, Italy big. Italy goes coast to coast. Government of Ethiopia is just gonna exist here as a puppet of, or a Reichsprotectorate of Italy, more specifically. What an interesting timeline. Already changing to something I've never seen before. Because this is the first campaign that we've played where Ethiopia could do something else. Because last time we were playing as Ethiopia, of course. The German Reich poses an existential threat to the survival of the Swiss Confederation. If war broke out between the German Reich and France, the Germans might pass through Switzerland instead of the heavily fortified border with France or through the Netherlands and Belgium. We can build fortifications between our countries to deter them. 2 land forts in every neighboring province. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, boom, boom, boom. We're already starting to fortify because if I'm planning on annexing Austria, which is one of our... assuming they agree. They do have to agree first. But this is where it breaks off into a few different things. Since we didn't fortify the border with France, we don't break out into the German and fascist side of our focus tree. So instead, we can either go down the middle towards armed neutrality, which we'll probably have to do eventually anyway, because there's a lot of air force and military options there. But we're going to do fortify... No, sorry. Ban Nazi propaganda, which lowers daily fascism support. And the Swiss Confederation banned propaganda from German and Italian ideology, so they're going to start disliking us. This is balance of power to the right of the strong council range. Yep, we do have to do that. Because we are heading down this tree all the way over here, so we're working our way down right now. So we're doing a lot of government things instead of industrial things. And this could end up a very short one-stream campaign, in which case, you know, that works for me. Like, we could just get steamrolled and it'll be short but hilarious. This is an Iron Man campaign, so there's no undoing. It just is what it is. Can I get a quick look at Spain? Here's the thing. You might be waiting to bet on Spain, but this doesn't mean anything right now. It's still okay, enjoyable for me. Glad you like it, Grugan. Hope it's a good finale. David Frankfurter's trial approaches. The trial of David Frankfurter, who back in February assassinated a Nazi party representative in Davos, is near. We have promised for him to have a fair and neutral trial, but there are certainly other options. We could secretly free him and recruit him for intelligence operations. Or instead, we could try to appease the German Reich by canceling the trial and sentencing him right away instead. Whatever we do, pleasing every side may be beyond our means. The trial continues as planned. German right gets event. Switzerland decides to continue the trial of Gustav's killer. On second thought, he is clearly guilty. Give him the maximum sentence without trial. To appease the German Reich. The trial continues as planned. Democracy by force! Leafy Pew says, I'm back! Thanks for 20 months, Leafy Pew. Welcome back. And thanks for hanging. Chat, Hearts of... Is it weird that I think of Hearts of Iron streams as a, like, collectively watching TV with a bunch of people? Like, I know I'm making decisions and doing stuff, but I think the fun for me is sort of this waiting period and, like, seeing what happens on the world state, which funky alliances end up forming, and the fact that it's a bit different every single time. I don't know. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in Berlin, attended by athletes from 49 different nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to have enjoyed limited live TV coverage. The Games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, which spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. They would learn of our peaceful ways by force. The conquering will continue until democratic morale improves. But yeah, we're just gonna go on like 4 to 5 times speed. I'm not sure what renouncing or guiding principles does. Like, I don't know what these do. I can, ooh, absolute neutrality. Surrounded by potential invaders, the Swiss Confederation must be careful not to break our tenuous neutrality or risk losing our island of democracy to the rising tides of war. Publicly denounce the Germans or make concessions to the fascists. Publicly denouncing the German Reich makes them not like us, but it has a positive effect on other countries' opinion of Switzerland. When is it a good time to do this? They already don't like us, -20. France has a +40. What can we do with France? Nothing. Okay, just checking. The UK is like, they're fine. There's only 20. Chat, should I do this, or am I just kicking the hornet's nest? I don't know if making everyone else like us is that good. It would be funny. What we should probably start doing is, let's get a field marshal hired. Because we have enough command power now to promote someone. I cannot promote him, so it has to be this stinky level 2 guy. He's the only one that can be promoted for some reason. Is it because he's cheaper, or just as... Oh, I need 0.13 more CP. You need 40. Okay. I unpaused for 1 second, and then I had enough command power to promote everyone else. Fair enough. So yeah, I'm gonna take the level 3 guy, promote him to Field Marshal. He will temporarily lose a skill level while adjusting to his new rank's responsibilities and get 100 days of being recently promoted. Okay, so we're gonna assign him to be Field Marshal and then pick... The other generals are all kind of smelly, but we're gonna take Jacob. Planning speed sucks, but his defense is good. Or we can take this militia officer, who only has 1 defense, but has 2 attack. And pretty good strategic value. But we might get rid of the militia later. So let's get Jacob. He'll figure it out. Okay, we have about 60 days. We're banning Nazi propaganda right now. And how many channel points did you guys put on the line? Oof, you guys are broke. I like that the first bet was like 3.2 million channel points, and after you guys all, half of you lost, all of your channel points. Now there's 1.7 million channel points in the pool. Or maybe it's just because there's 4 options. You were too scared to put more on the line. Like, with 2 options, it's like a 50-50 shot. Now it's like a 25. It's not as appealing, but the payouts are much better, aren't they? Like, if you picked Anarchist Spain and you win, that is a 14-to-1 return on investment. That's pretty good. We cannot let this vehicle for foreign propaganda stand. Nazism goes against every single value that defines the Swiss Federation. For this reason, it cannot be tolerated in a country built on democracy and tolerance like ours. Wait, it cannot be tolerated because we are the most tolerant ever. Wait a second. Lest we risk them being used to destroy us from the inside. We are so tolerant that I refuse to tolerate them. A tolerant society must not tolerate intolerance. It's true. We've banned Nazi propaganda, which lowers daily fascism support, and Germany and Italy have a -30 opinion of us as a result. So we are absolutely kicking the hornet's nest. So from this stage, you have 2 choices. You can either go to Buero Ha, create an intelligence agency. Ooh, spicy. Free intel agency. I'm actually gonna really like this one. Fortify the Austrian border. We're gonna want these 2. But first we need Austria. So we're gonna go for Allied Gold. Unlock the decision to open banks to democratic nations. Have we done a secret agent run? No, not in a while. So we need Allied Gold first. It's only 35 days. Because we're rushing to get Austria before the Germans do. Assuming they're going, even though they're ahistorical, that's probably what's coming next. So I'm gonna try and if we don't get it before them, then this focus tree is busted because I have wasted no time. The legal representative of Gustloff's widow, no doubt sent by the German Reich, is trying to push for the Federal Council to tilt the court toward a harsh sentence for David Frankfurter. This is a very unusual request, which is unquestionably an attempt by the German Reich to project power over us. Accepting this might have repercussions for our international reputation, but we should make sure if we can afford to refuse them, if that's what we decide to do. What did I do? Snorble, is your name David Frankfurter? If your name is David Frankfurter, you assassinated a Nazi in Switzerland in February of 1936. Spies are very powerful in Hearts-Fire 4. They are. You just have to have a lot of civilian factories to maintain a good spy network. This is a matter for the courts, or we will consider it. Germans expect a harsher sentence, or reject Germany's request, and that, dude, this is a matter for the courts. The German Reich considers us in breach of neutrality. Our neutrality is not only maintained by our equal attitude toward every other country, but also by their perception of it. According to the German Reich, we have broken our promise of neutrality and favored their enemies over them. They have communicated that unless they're appeased soon, they will stop considering us a neutral nation and even declare war on us. Okay, number one, I like that the precursor to this is you have taken this man and promised a fair trial? He has killed someone and you do not instantly kill him back? This is unthinkable. You have refused our efforts to manipulate you? I thought you were neutral. The only thing we did was like ban foreign Nazi propaganda. You do not make us free to manipulate you? From an ideological perspective? You have stopped our propaganda campaigns in order to convince you to join us? You are not neutral anymore. Worrying. That is worrying. The good news is, Chad, if you're gonna lose in Hearts of Iron, do it fast. And you can just start over. Let's see what happens. Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on here. The German Reich will be hostile towards us in 58 days. It seems our actions toward other countries have been interpreted by German Reich as an unacceptable breach of neutrality. If we don't appease them soon, they will certainly use this as an excuse to invade us. We can ask France for guarantees. A desperate Swiss Confederation asks for French guarantees. Ask Italy for French guarantees. So we probably should have already been improving relations with people. Like at this stage, we have to get guarantees from France even if we plan on liberating them later. What are my other choices? Make concessions to them. So it'll make Germany like us plus 25, and then France like us minus 10. We basically just have to keep up the act long enough. Here's the thing, when we get to Allied Gold, that's gonna be its own can of worms. We still got a ways to go before we get here. 35, 70, 105 days to get there. Here's what I do. We wait like 30 days. Is Ethiopia, where is Ethiopian Highlands in this list? We're on no shuffle. But yeah, we need to just kind of give them some time. What does improve relations cap out at? What's the back channel option do? It's 90 pp. One of two options happens. 40% chance that France and Italy gets a considerable breach of neutrality opinion on us, and a 60% chance that nothing happens. But also, no matter which of those two things happens, the German Reich gets a plus 50 opinion of us. So I'm not really sure what the best way to play this is. I'm personally thinking that we just let the opinion modifier go up a little bit. How many days does this take? We have these are active for like 30 days. So as long as we just act before this timer goes down. Show Spain for the betters. The other two factions haven't even shown up to the Royal Rumble yet. The whole of Switzerland and its neighbors have eyes on the trial of David Frankfurter. The result of this trial will not only reveal the fate of the self-declared guilty party, but of the Swiss Confederation as a whole, and to what lengths it is willing to compromise its institutions and traditions. All signs from the court point toward a fair prison sentence, but influence from the council could change the outcome and perhaps the very essence of the country. Let the courts make their decision. Gains a light sentence for Frankfurter. Opinion of German Reich likes us minus 30. France gives us plus 20. He's done a service to democracy. He should be pardoned. German Reich gets Switzerland is provoking our wrath. Gains pardon to killer. Minus 40, and then France gets a plus 40. I don't want to restart my campaign right now, chat. He's pardoned. Chat's like, murder! Court's stinky! Guy, listen. The only thing that a fair democracy can do is pardon all vigilante justice. Land of Batman. Did this Frankfurter guy assassinate a leader, just a random German dude? I think he just assassinated someone who was, like, involved in the Nazi party in Switzerland. Assassinated the head of the Nazi party in Switzerland. Ding, 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 ding. Wait, how is this music even playing right now? Safer Grounds is all the way down there. I'm jamming, though. I don't know, I think we're screwed either way. Because it's minus 30. France likes us even more. I guess we're trying to appeal to France. Imprison him for not doing more. I feel like RP would just let the courts make their decisions, but we're already pretty much going down a completely different path that's not really a friend of Germany, Italy, or France. So we're just kind of using France as a shield. So I think we'll probably go with the full pardon since it gives us the most French opinion instantly. But I also don't want to get declared war on right already. But I think if we were doing anything other than the far, like, left side, because we are going, like, super far left to the point of just violent democracy anyways. So I think that that fits the bill. If we were going more neutral, I'd probably let the courts make their decision and do it. Like, I feel like a true neutral run of Switzerland sounds fun too, where you are just a filthy neutral who makes a faction of neutrals. So we'll try that later. All right. He's done a service to democracy. He should be pardoned. Nazis are bluffing. It's 1936. They haven't even militarized the Rhineland yet. They have militarized the Rhineland. Yes. Why does Switzerland have a naval tree? Because we're gonna expand our borders. Okay, so I think it goes without saying that we should mobilize all of our troops onto the front line with Germany. And let's see how our supply line looks there. The maelstrom and sanctions that envelop current affairs have made gold trade more limited and difficult, but with our neutral stance, we can open the possibility for increased gold trade with other democratic nations, propping up democratic economies to keep fascism at bay. Of course. Of course. Totally agreed. Okay, so we have to have less than 90% support for the Federal Assembly, and balance of power needs to be left of the strong cantonal power range. It's close. It's already at 67%. We're like right there, I think. So let's either counsel diplomatic efforts or strengthen military high command. But I need to look at my decisions for gold. Okay. There's quite a... Oh no, there's only 32 days left. I gotta hurry. We're gonna ask France for guarantees. Boop. France, help me, please. Open the banks up to France. France gets the event. The Swiss Confederation could help us trade gold. If they accept, We get Swiss gold trade, which grants consumer goods factories minus 2.5%. That gives us just access to more factories long term, faster construction, 1% faster research, higher production efficiency cap, gains using Switzerland to trade gold. Wait, they get Swiss gold trade and we get Swiss gold market? Who gets what? It's basically the same for both. Yeah, both of us each get bonus. So we're gonna open up the banks as well. And since I am out of PP, then we're gonna do the cheaper diplomatic effort to move the balance of power. It's gonna take 40 days. And I'm just not gonna pick a national focus. We get at least 10 days of national focus build up to say, oh dear God. France refuses to use our banking system. Despite obvious mutual benefit, it seems like France is not interested in increased trading gold with the rest of the world. France promises to protect us. Diplomatic cables have arrived from France bringing excellent news. They have agreed to guarantee our independence promise to defend us if anyone attacks us, including the German Reich. Why would you not take the gold trade? It's exclusively beneficial to both of us. We are saved. Probably. German Reich gains. Invading Switzerland would be too costly. Opinion of Switzerland plus 30. France guarantees Switzerland. France's goals are beyond our understanding. They work in mysterious ways. They meant to deny the other one. They like misclicked. They were like, they had their game unpaused and they were like clicking right in the middle of the screen, and right when they left clicked, the event popped up and they auto declined it on accident. It's probably, they didn't even get to read it. Someone asked, like the streamer for France was like, hey, whoa, what was that? Can somebody rewind and clip that so I can read it? What did we just miss? Earlier today, the Bulgarian leader, Boris III, has issued an official statement showing rejection toward the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, publicly condemning their activities. The Bulgarian Minister of the Interior has also announced the implementation of a package of extraordinary measures that allow the government to allocate more resources to take active action against the IMRO and root out this terrorist organization once and for all. With the pronouncement, it seems that finally the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tensions in the Balkans. The IMRO has its days numbered. I haven't played Bulgaria yet, so I don't really know what all that means. One day we'll play Bulgaria, maybe. Okay, so it's 30 days. We've done everything we can. They're still going to be hostile towards us, potentially, but there's no way Italy is going to give us any guarantees. Unless we appease them. I'm not sure what other countries... Like, we're already at plus 100 with France. They just didn't want to trade gold with us for some godforsaken reason. I think we just leave this as is. And just hope that, at least if the Germans invade France, we don't have to... We can stop improving relations now. France is guaranteeing a bunch of people. Okay, we need to check the national focus. We need to be less than 90% support for Federal Assembly. Chat, what does less than 90% support for Federal Assembly mean? We're at 92. Wait, were we supposed to have... How do I... We have too many Democratic supporters. How do I tone that down to under 90? Likewise, we need the balance of power left of this. Because Federal Assembly is just our Democratic leader. But I can't switch these guys until the election. Maybe I should have taken that unaligned guy. Is there another way? To lose some democratic support? Ironically, is our democracy so strong that we need less democratic support? Yeah, we need less than 80% federal assembly support here. See, if I'd have known that, I would have chosen a different guy. Our Air Force, we can buy some fighters and close air support planes from the US. We get 50 small airframes to the stockpile. Germany and Italy don't like that very much. And then over here, we've got the spy network. And then armed neutrality. This guy gets a chief of army position. Free spy agency is probably, I don't know, it's a 70-day one. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Doesn't appeasing Germany or Italy give you some fascism for 120 days? Ugh. I don't think so. At least not publicly. No fascism support from the neutrality selections. Did we ever get the other factory one? I guess we could just go back and get the other factory one. Yeah, let's increase the defense budget. Feels bad, but okay. We'll see what happens, because we got 25 days until we figure out. We're at negative 95 opinion. We should publicly appease Italy, though. I feel. Because I don't want them to... They haven't sent us any, like, breach. They consider us a breach of neutrality once they reach negative 85. So we can leave it for now. Giving concessions does it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, it is concessions is plus fascism support. It's 0.05 for 120 days. So let's do the math. For that to matter... That's the thing, though. We don't need... I need 30 more PPE for that to even be a thing. That's going to swing it pretty far in the other direction, but okay. I feel like you need to know some of this before you even start the campaign, which is pretty typical of Hearts of Iron. It's hard to do all this with no foreknowledge or having done a test run of one of the nations. It's just the way it goes, but that makes it more spicy sometimes. Because I think it's a little strange. This is like a hybrid of democratic fascism, I guess. Because it's ostensibly to protect, ruled by our democratic stability. But our democratic stability isn't stable if we have to destabilize it before we can do it, but okay. Anyway. Dispersed Industry 1. More factories and states. Factories are just more efficient overall, which is going to be good for trying to... We're actually caught up on guns! We have the proper quantity of guns now. We're definitely going to want to start making trains at some point, too. We have... 3 trains in stockpiles, so it's not the most useful. Okay, new tech. Engineering's already happening. I said let's go back and get support weapons 1. It's basic. We will need some artillery as well. So let's actually, yeah, I want to start manufacturing artillery. Because artillery in the mountains is going to give us a huge defensive bonus. You're misunderstanding the focus. You don't need to decrease democracy support. You need to move your balance of power to the left. Less than 80% support for Federal Assembly. Less than 90% support for Federal Assembly. This is called the Federal Council, and this is called the cantons. Federal Assembly is the name of the Democratic Party. The Federal Assembly of Cantons. So we need to be, balance of power is moving toward the side of the Federal Council and away from the side of the cantons. And it went up to 93, so we're going in the opposite direction. Yeah, it's because of our counselors are boosting Democratic daily support when we probably should have been boosting unaligned. Would have been the safest one. So we'll see how this goes. Because once we get 100 PP... we only have 1 day until the German Reich is hostile towards Switzerland. So, I'm gonna make concessions to the Italian fascists. The German Reich gets mild appeasement. With 1 day to spare. Because this raises fascism support. Just improve relations the normal way. You're missing the point. I feel like some of you guys who have played a little bit of Hearts of Iron are not following along. You're getting lost in the weeds a little bit. Because I don't know how to explain it better. The German Reich no longer considers us neutral. As the German Reich announces their disdain for the Swiss Confederation, they have declared that we are fair game for political wrangling and even conquest. We are in uncharted waters. Okay, so, Italy is back to a 0 opinion of the Swiss Confederation. Chat, here come the Germans. What we need is, we needed 100% of our political power in order to start moving the Federal Assembly or fascism support up just to stop the democratic support from becoming 100% over time. And then France is going to be guaranteeing us. So this is going to be really fun. It's so snowy over here. So France, I hope you're prepared to hold Mulhouse for us. Here they come, chat. Here they come already. I'm really shocked that they declare war in November 1936. Okay, here's the thing though. I refuse to believe that this timeline can exist. Alternate history or no. Switzerland is like, some dude just assassinated the leader of the Nazi party in Switzerland. And Germany is like, and I took that personally. I will declare war on you now for one assassination. Like, I don't think that is, this isn't a Franz Ferdinand situation. Okay? Completely different, chat. You're talking about like a head of a political party in a foreign nation versus the heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary. Same thing. Yeah, like one guy who leads a political party, not even in your home nation, is... It wasn't just the assassination. We gave him a trial. Germany's like, you better kill that guy. And I was like, no, just get out of here. I'm pardoning him because you're meddling in my affairs. Random aggressive Swiss in 36. I mean, we're already getting overrun in Zurich. The government idea of Swiss neutrality has been removed because its prereqs are no longer fulfilled. That was Hitler's only friend. Wait. Og? The Nazis invading a sovereign nation? No way. Meanwhile, the United Mexican States have declared war on Mexico. France is allowed to move troops through our territory. So yes, German Reich is at war. The Second Christiada. The forces of church and revolution have once again come into the conflict of Mexico. With the government renewing attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They have taken over several rural states and are using these as a base to operate. The first Christiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials, thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks likely this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. Here's the thing about Swiss neutrality, okay? How does the German Reich only generate 10% world tension for declaring war on a non-aggressor democratic nation? Like, the League of Nations is turning a blind eye to Ethiopia. I don't think that this is gonna be, like, especially, like, France is doing probably the realistic thing. The rest of the world feels neutral about Switzerland. That's so sad. So all we gotta do is just make more guns and then don't move. If France doesn't give, here's what I think is gonna happen. I think France is gonna give up ground. Dude, it's 1936. We haven't had time to do anything. Now we can, okay, our game is actually effectively over because our plan was to annex Austria. But if I annex Austria, I can't defend Austria. Because they're just gonna, I'm gonna annex it, then Germany's gonna walk in, and then they're gonna be attacking us from inside of Austria anyways. Ending Swiss neutrality speedrun. Uh-huh, basically. This reminds me of Ethiopia, actually. We're gonna go fast forward. Because I want to see what's going to happen. Let's just go 5 times speed. I do think it's hilarious that I have done nothing to make Switzerland more powerful. In Germany, it's like, ah! I hate you, Switzerland! And I declare war on you! I don't need to justify war goals. The entire world can see that I'm justified because you didn't listen to me when I tried to influence your courts. ah! And then they're still just like, God, it hurts! The mountains are so cold! It's only 1936. Be nice. I haven't had 3 full years to make the German Reich a superpower yet. You guys aren't allowed to just defend the river crossing while inside of your land fort urban provinces. It's just like they get really pissed and then they stepped on a Lego. The world literally just gave Czechoslovakia to Germany. I don't know why you think it'd be different for Switzerland. How much? Here's the thing. There's one thing that Switzerland had that Czechoslovakia didn't, and that is a bunch of the rest of the world's money. So, like, at that point, people will be like, wait a second, if Hitler takes Switzerland, where does my money go? Wait, no, I can't allow this. This is unacceptable. He wasn't lying. It really is a one-stream campaign. These are going to be some interesting lores, though. While we did manage to maintain our neutrality and sovereignty in the Great War, we can't rest on our laurels. There is the very real possibility that one of the great powers that surround us will invade our country to circumvent the fortifications built between them. And our current budget will not be enough to prevent this. It's very possible. 2 military factories and faster construction speed. Okay, so no choo-choo trains. Just make more infantry guns and support equipment. Think. National focus time. Neutrality is deleted. I can't get under 93% Federal Assembly points. I don't know how to get to this. We're working on it, Let's make... I feel like a spy agency is dumb. There's a non-zero chance that Italy joins the Axis in this timeline, so I'm tempted to just do fortify the borders. Armed neutrality does what? I know we're not neutral anymore, but like it's gotta do something. Stability tanked when Germany declared war. So we get more daily PP, division organization up. Recruitable population factor plus 50%. I like that entrenchment speed gets a +0 bonus, huge bonus. 20% stability, 40% war support, 25% division defense, 50% max entrenchment. Oh my god, these are the biggest buffs in a single focus I've ever seen. Defensive war penalty stability modifier. We're in a defensive war right now. But then we add citizen militias in reserve to Switzerland, which is a bunch of debuffs. I don't know how this actually functions, but I feel like I need it. Wait, is this not doing what I think it's doing? Do we even have any? Which ones of these are citizen militias? We haven't deployed them. Okay, so we haven't even used them. All the mountaineers are actually mountaineers. All right, we're just going 5 times speed so that I can reset if I need to. This is a big stalemate right now. Very interesting. The balance of power is currently 49% on the side of the cantons. Balance of power needs to be to the left of the strong cantonal power range. The power range for strong cantonal is 25%, so this needs to be under 25%. So I'm just gonna... It's at 49. What's more cost-effective? Strength? I think strength and military high command gives us some nice army XP. So I might just try and save PPE to get to 150. And do that one. Ooh, trucks. I like how quickly this campaign went to absolute chaos as fast as possible. Now that we have trucks, let's get some field hospitals. We're gonna need a lot of equipment for this. Let's actually just, we're doing support equipment, okay. We need field hospitals for sure, because we have 300,000 manpower. I'd like to train some more units, but I don't have any army XP to manipulate. And we have such a strange situation anyways. Every year, the Swiss Federal Assembly chooses one counselor to be president of the Swiss Confederation, first among equals, using his limited powers to represent the council. We're doing great. Germany's already invaded us. Listen, who was the leader before? They did an awful job. Let's elect, we don't need party popularity stability, so Giuseppe, you're getting elected. Wow, they get like 40% construction speed bonus for a year is pretty sweet. But weekly stability gain plus 2%, weekly war support down. If war support hits 0, do you surrender? Yeah, it does get, your surrender limit goes down. I don't want war support to go down. But stability goes up. I don't know. Just hire them. Ding, 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 ding. And that'll put them in the spot. And we're gonna add a new political advisor that adds neutral, daily neutral support instead of democracy support. Not neutral, but unaligned. Where are you? This is daily communism support. I guess that works. I don't know what communism support even does in Switzerland. This is daily support for unaligned. Militaristic nationalist. Plus 10% war support, plus 20% we don't surrender as easily, and unaligned support. There you go. You're going in. And we can make trucks now. This didn't work out so good for Germany. We're kind of just at war for fun. I think you made Italy hit 0% war support as Ethiopia, but they didn't surrender. Yeah, that's true. That did happen. You are correct. Chad, how the heck has it already been almost 3 hours? We should check and see how Spain's doing for the betters. Happy New Year. Yeah, it's 1937 and we're going fast now. Well, they've come to a standstill. Interesting. Italy has declared war on the Italian Union. Did not see that one coming. Latvia has declared war on the Latvian People's Republic. Repubblica Sociale Italiana is a fully fascist version of Italy, but the revolutionaries are Republican Italy. Are we actually holding this line? Yeah, I'm surprised. We're actually holding the line. Good luck, Republican Italy, because if Republican Italy wins, suddenly we have Democratic Italy to support us against the German Reich. How's Ethiopia? Ethiopia joined Italy, so I don't know what's going on. I think nothing happened to Ethiopia since we last looked. Our long-standing neutrality is an integral part of the Swiss identity, but neutrality alone cannot guarantee our sovereignty. After... That's true. After all, how much did it help Belgium in the Great War? The best deterrent is a whole nation ready to single-handedly make Germany declare... Okay, this is the actual timeline of events. Switzerland in this version is actually like the good guy. We're the best character in World War II. Think about it. Because a time traveler went back to Switzerland and was like, listen, everybody, here's what's gonna happen. We are going to start World War II early. And they're like, what? First of all, what? World War II? What about the Great War? And they're like, that one, forget about that one. World War II, and we can start it 3 years early. What do you mean 3 years? We're gonna make Switzerland in the mountains, in the Alps, the shield that protects the rest of Europe. Austria won't get Anschlussed. Czechoslovakia will still exist. Poland is not gonna get invaded in this timeline. All we have to do is basically poke Germany until we make them declare war on us. They won't be able to invade. France is gonna be on our side, and we've prevented so much bloodshed by starting World War II early. It makes so much sense. So we just took armed neutrality, which makes add a citizen militias in reserve. Citizen militias in reserve. Okay. That effectively gave us the Swiss citizen militias. We basically said, hey guys, things are spooky. We need more troops. So they're at 60 out of 100 military readiness right now. The people of Switzerland are in the eye of the storm of fascism, and they must be ready to defend their democratic way of life. I can deploy them for 60 militia points, but they aren't good, right? They're like 50% worse at attack, defense, speed, and organization, but it's just like desperate times, you know? We can also give them a speech, increasing their military, so we can spend political power to get military readiness. Increase their military readiness once again, increase their readiness again, distribute weapons, use infantry equipment from our stockpile, broaden the militia to set their template cap to 25, focus on war production, gives us 45 days of bonuses, or improve the divisions. Add units to template. Okay, so that's kind of a whole cool mechanic that you can do. But the biggest thing that armed neutrality did was it gave us this defensive spirit, right? Yeah. We got a higher recruitable population. We're at about... We're still recruiting daily. Effective total manpower should be 125% of the norm. So it's 10% is the norm, so we should actually be at an effective 12.5% manpower. We just shot up to 100% stability. Germany declaring war on us is the best thing that ever happened to Switzerland. We are the most stable we've ever been. We have almost 100% war support. And we as a people have come together like never before against a common foe. It's like in Terra Invicta when it increases unity. Ooh, we're at 90% Federal Assembly. The trick is, we haven't quite gotten to the left of this power structure yet. What did we just spend PP on? We're gonna come back to this in a moment, because it's still going down. We're at 36%. We only need to get under 25%. Reverse Blitzkrieg? The Switzkrieg? Okay. I'm wondering if I should go ahead and push this. Why is balance of power shifting on its own? Did I do something already that activated it? Because I'm about to just pump another... Sorry, I'm clicking the wrong buttons. I'm just gonna go and pump another 50, like 10%, move the meter with diplomatic efforts to the left. We're trying to get this over here so that we can tank the next national focus. I'm just gonna like fast forward. We can actually store up to 10 days of national focus without losing any time. Okay, so there's 10 days. I'm gonna pause. What are we at? We're actually at 90.6% popularity for the Democratic Peoples. And we're still at 36% on the side of the canton. So I need to pick a different national focus for a bit. We can get more... I don't know what 50 planes are going to do against the Germans, but maybe at 1937 terms, it's actually really good. And it doesn't seem like we need to fortify the border with Italy right now, because they're having some issues. We can get a federal police department. Federal Police Intelligence Department. Create an intelligence agency. The Swiss Federal Police Intelligence grants counterintelligence up and daily fascism support up. France and Republican Italy gain suspicious preparations. They think you're suspicious. That leads to... special spies, cracking down on dissent. Military police, martial law, expanding the weapons industry. Martial law. Better not do it, they might declare war on you. That could happen, yeah, it's possible. I think let's... Do we even have fuel? Daily gain is 48. That doesn't sound like a lot. What is Frontier Defense Plan? If we let them into our borders, the Swiss Confederation is as good as dead. We cannot give an inch of our territory. Our borders are sacred. This is why we must fortify them. 15% faster land fort speed. France and Italy become suspicious. That leads to fight until the death. Total defense. I don't know, chat. The tree under armed neutrality is pretty nice. Yeah. Mutually exclusive is promoting Henry Guisan. Our political system allows for a single general and commander-in-chief in times of extreme need when the Confederation's at risk. This is certainly one of those situations, and the man for the job is obvious. Henry is not only the most qualified, but he also enjoys widespread popularity. He becomes a chief of army option that gives you... XP, division defense up 15%, military readiness goes up for the militia, and command power. And then leads to land forts in the Swiss Alps. Strategically cede the Swiss plateau and retreat to the Alps? Never. I say let's not give an inch. Let's do Frontier Defense Plan. Don't give an inch. That's only a 35-day plan. So it should be ready in time. I like how we always... Why not? Why not? Poland's like, wait a second! You guys already started World War II? That's bullshit! I want to fight too! I declare the Polish Peasant Union. And we'll fight Senationist Poland. The young state of Poland has erupted into civil war. Decades of government infighting and a total lack of investment in infrastructure in rural eastern Poland lead to a general strike from the nation's lower classes early this year, and the continued brutal treatment of strikers by the police and military has split the nation in two. The peasant government, headed by Stanislaw Mikulicz, that's not how you say that at all, is backed by the Democratic Front Morge faction of the Polish military and a coalition of Marxist socialists and liberals. With loyalist forces consolidated in the industrial heart of Poland and peasants in the rural east, Poland is divided by the blood of peasants. I want to do another Poland run. Chat, we actually have a surplus of infantry equipment. Now we just need some support equipment, and we can do that. I just got this game, and Twitch recommends this stream. What do they know? Well, Twitch clearly knows nothing, because they should not have sent you to me. Or maybe you just watch exclusively map and strategy games, and it was just like, I don't know. Why not go here? Or maybe it suggested you 7 different streams and you just picked this one because you knew that you just bought the game and they got lucky because they just threw like 6 darts at the board and you picked the one that was most relevant to you and then retroactively like survivor biased yourself into thinking that they know what games you're playing, you know? Or maybe you clicked the accept all to cookies when you joined this website and you didn't even read the fine print, okay? Because even though websites are supposed to allow you to decline cookies, they still take up the entire screen with no X on the pop-up box. So your 2 choices are either go to a different website or click accept because it's just too much trouble to read around the giant pop-up window. But cookies! I love cookies. Okay, we're at 89 on Federal Assembly. So let's actually look at this one. We're correct. Okay, who was the chatter that insisted that support for Federal Assembly was not the Democratic Party support? Because it totally is, because we now have a checkbox there. While we do not have a checkbox for the balance of power to the left of the strong cantonal power range. Who did that? Me. Don't take the blame. It was me, sorry, I was wrong. Now apologize to @chat, okay? Because they're all trying to protect you and you just confessed. Delete 25,000 channel points. But yes, we are actually in the process of bumping this down too. It's at 33% and still on the decline. So we just need to wait a little bit longer. I'm really happy that Germany sucks so much in 1936 that they can't even invade me and France. Even though they're so incensed by our insolence. Hi, Chad just got here. Why is Germany attacking us? Because they're Nazis! And I refused to listen to them when they told me how to conduct the trial of the person who assassinated the local Swiss Nazi party leader. And didn't balance my relationship with them and appease them enough. If we let them into our borders, the Swiss Confederation is as good as dead. We cannot give even 1 inch of territory. Our borders are sacred. Fortify and be prepared to defend. That's a free 50 Army XP, which actually is fantastic because we don't have many good ways to get Army XP right now. We can spend that on changing up our division structure. Also 50 command power, which we can use to upgrade some traits of some of our generals. We also get a 10% bonus to training time, so we can get some new units out faster. We're faster at building land forts. France and Republican Italy take issue with it, but Jacob Huber is available to hire, I think. So let me see. He is available to hire as a chief of army. There he is. He's a genius! Wow, genius level army reformer. Army XP gain up. You got it. You're hired. Take advantage of that now. So, oh, nope, it's not time. Damn it. Left of strong cantonal power. We're at 33%. It's going down at... It's got 19 days left. Maybe, is it correct to just waste 8 days of national focus? Here's the problem. The actual problem is if we take Gotterdbund and then go down to the preemptive Anschluss, once again, I can't defend Austria. Germany's just gonna move in the second that we accept. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to defend that, so it's kind of thrown our whole plan out. I'm in support of buying 50 planes. I think that's good too. But here's the thing. I don't want to play an 8-hour stream where I don't expand my borders even once, because it's just gonna be boring. It might take a while because the council needs to be in full power to do the Anschluss. You have to have, yeah, full council control and less than 70% of Federal Assembly support. When did the Anschluss occur? That's March 1938. Okay, we might have jumped the gun just a little bit. But you picked Sweden? Yes, Sweden. Nestled in between the worst fascist powers of World War II, famously. Curious. Boring. This is rad. The Swiss will control the world when Ital is done. Okay, here's what chat. It's been 3 hours. I'm gonna take a quick gamer death break. I would leave the game unpaused, but the Nazis are literally knocking at our borders. So I would just leave the camera here so that people can see the fact that things aren't going so great for us. And I'll put this BRB up. And I'm gonna put a poll in chat. New poll. What do stream? Option 1 is take it serious. Take current campaign. You can't type that many characters. Take it serious. As in, treat this as the real campaign and like try to make a bunch of decisions and see where this ends up. Okay. Option B is reset Switzerland now. And option C is actually we'll just do between those two, because I thought I was gonna make option C fast forward 5 times speed and see where it goes, but I don't know, that could take a while actually, and I'm gonna have to just go crazy. I feel like fast forward 5 times speed will conflict with the people who want to reset. So we'll just do a poll. You got 5 minutes to vote. There you go. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. While you pick what we end up doing, we will count every vote. I'll return in a few after I take the doggo out. He needs to go to the bathroom, get a snack, get some water. So just give me a few. Thanks for waiting. pants. Who said just win in the chat? Hi, chat. Welcome back, neutral streamer. I am not neutral. I have feelings and emotions, and I'm not afraid to show them to the world at large. This campaign is definitely the anime voice. This campaign is definitely the, like, Switzerland who was tired of people name-calling them neutral and was like, I'm not neutral! I'll show you! I'll make Germany declare war on me now! Like, okay, you're trying too hard. We get it. 1936, World War II. We get it. What'd you guys vote? Chat voted. Did you really 50-50 it? An exact tie? True neutral. Wow. I can't even be mad because it's Switzerland. Are you proud of us? No. Never. By the way, Neno Z, thank you for the 3 months. I'm sorry I missed you an hour ago somehow. Time is an illusion. I'm serious when I say that I don't feel like I've been streaming for 3 hours. I feel like I just turned the stream on 1 hour ago, maybe an hour and a half. I'm so confused. Map games do this to my brain. This is why I keep playing them. Games where I can feel every ticking minute that passed by. I don't play. I'm trying to think of a game where I felt every minute pass by. But I also don't want to make fun of games for literally no reason. And we need a different reference besides XCOM Chimera Squad. Someone said this is banana corruption. But if you time out the one guy, Frank, we get it, Frank. We get it. Nomac is here. Hi, Nomac. Thanks for 28 months. I'm here for Brutal Streamer. Well, I accidentally got Germany to declare war on me 3 years before World War II is supposed to begin. So, it's some sort of brutality, but maybe not the one that we intended. How you doing, Nomac? T-Walrus also back for 26 months. What's up, T-Walrus? And Ron Doesn't Care says, don't mind me, just here to deliver this very important sub-message. Hi. It was very important. I'm glad that it was hand-delivered to me personally. We have an important choice to make. I was hoping you would have decided for me. But now, we have to decide whether to fast-forward reset or go with the flow. What does take a stance do? Fascist Italy possesses the most disgusting and miserable political system. Republican Italy is the mortal enemy of the new Switzerland. This is why we must take our stand and defend our democracy by any means. Remove neutrality. We can seize the gold of the fascists. Join the Allies. Like, I just don't think it's viable to preempt the Anschluss now, but I also don't want to pick return to old Switzerland, so I'm a little confused as to what to... It's too late for the neutral entente. I'll never be able to invite people to allies. The Swiss hate both Italies, yes. Serious question, is this playthrough winnable at this point? Depends on what your goals are. Winning in Hearts of Iron is different each campaign. In this case, winning is not dying. But yes. What'd you say, Nomek? Hope you're in the pup are well. Hey, thanks. We are doing pretty good. He's, just snuggled up under his bed. Got some snacks. How'd the streams been, dude? Winning is basically survive until you can do something. Very much so, yeah. You can always win if you just readjust your goals. I agree with that. Okay, we do have to pick a national focus. The reason why I'm reevaluating my plan is because my plan was to effectively, like, I feel like, I guess I could still demand the French and Italian Alps. The problem is that's so much more land to try to defend against Germany that this is not an ideal time. And a more boring, but probably more effective plan is to just go down, join the Allies. That is very boring, though. And that's really it. Why is joining the Allies boring? Because it effectively leads, it's one of 3 places that sort of go to the default historical focus, where it's not historical, but like, it's probably the most vanilla, because you're just like, oh, I'm making nice with American investments. And you can either become a puppet of France, or join the alliance outright, or make a secret pact with the Allies. And any of them lead to laying the groundwork. I guess best case scenario, we can become known as the Alpine Confederation, and that's basically it. We do get cores on some French territories. Maybe but yeah, you have to join France to do that. Switzerland becomes a dominion of France. Doesn't sound like my favorite playthrough. Can you just join Germany? Literally no. When you're at war with someone, you can't join them. There is no peace options in Hearts of Iron outside of total domination from one side or the other. Someone has to capitulate. I mean, afterward. Well, yeah. If Germany annexes us, we will have joined them. Yes, that is correct. Nomak said, the good life streams have been original XCOM. So you went from XCOM 2 to XCOM 1. You're going back in time. Soon you're going to be playing XCOM on DOS, on whatever the hardest difficulty is there. I'm sure it's bringing with it its own set of fresh challenges. Okay, chat. For the time being, because if we want to do closer democratic ties, then the balance of power needs to be to the left of the balance between council and cantons range. Balance between council, okay. For us to even join the democratic nations, we have to be, the red bar, this thing has to be all the way over here. So that's gonna take even longer. So this one's actually easier to get to, but we can't do neutral entente because we're at war. Nobody's gonna join a faction that's at war. This one is Switzerland on the offense, which sounds fun, but that leads to Swiss Navy. We'd have to invade France, conquer Germany, or invade Italy at that point. That's not happening. This line leads to stinky old Switzerland, which is basically like what? Let me just look at to see what this one is. What does this one do? In the 13th century, the leaders of the 3 founding cantons pledged an oath of eternal alliance we call the Eidgenossenschaft. It is now the time for it to be renewed so we can expand it and more. Okay, we need a little proofreading paradox, just a little bit. I'm willing to forgive because I think a lot of the writing is from English speaking the best that they can. So it's fine. But also, you can just hire a streamer. I will proofread all the lore because I'm probably the only person who reads every single flavor text. The rest of the normal Hearts of Iron player experience is like, manpower plus 10,000. I like that one. Okay, go. Yeah, we're just gonna go down here. We need to give everybody 1939. I'm a lore reader as well. It feels good, man. Okay, but anyway, you get manpower PP. Unlocks a decision to press country for influenced future canton. I have no idea what that means. If war breaks out, awe-inspiring defensive capabilities. Yep, that's us. Empower the council. Balance of power ends in Switzerland. Danger lurks around us. Our enemies want to wipe Switzerland off the map. Strong central government is the only way to go. President for life, dismiss the council, declare the Alpine Confederation. There's a coup. Giuseppe Matta has led our great and peaceful country to war and misery. This is not the Switzerland we know and love. New ruling party, you get a popular dictator. And then return to the old Switzerland is just a bunch of buffs. Doesn't expand our borders. Can you not go communist? No. Tough call here. I'm gonna say we already took Frontier Defense Plan. So why don't we just go fight until the death right now? That's what the Swiss want to hear. The odds are against us. Switzerland's outnumbered, outgunned, and underprepared for what's coming. This is why every Swiss citizen must be ready to give their life for the canton and the Confederation. Modify Frontier Defense Plan with more division organization, more army organization gain, 10%. This is Ethiopia again! Oh my god, I just realized we accidentally did another Ethiopia playthrough, except instead of Italy attacking Ethiopia, it's Germany invading Switzerland at the beginning of the game. Right from the beginning, I'm playing 2 of the same campaigns. Just give me the defense one, since we're gonna be here for a while. This is not the campaign I wanted to go do it all, but chat, you 50-50'd me, so I'm stuck. They're just looking over the line, waiting. We actually still have to catch up on support equipment, but I can start training Swiss citizen militias now. They are awful. That's 8 combat with, no support groups, and don't forget that if we have any citizen militias, they are 50% worse at attack, defense, speed, organization, or soft HP point pool and recovery cap. Woof. Okay, let's train some though. How many guns do they need each? 400 guns, and we have 2.4k. Let's train 4 divisions. Oops. once each. So how do we deploy them? Oh, wait. So you have to have them to deploy them. How do we know how many we have in reserve? They can guard the Italian border. Basically, yeah. That would be nice. Because we're going to have to do that eventually. At least France is helping us with the German border. We can make artillery now, but as you know, we don't have enough factories to produce artillery. So, like, that is a given, but we're still going to add it. We don't even have enough for trucks. We need a lot more. And it is 1937 now, which I should have probably already been on this, but let's go ahead and start getting the industrial pursuits, like efficiency cap. Let's do efficiency cap second, because we still have some room, but let's go dispersed industry 2 for more factory outputs. And we'll start getting that. Because we have to keep industrializing even though we're at war. Do the Swiss have hearts of iron? Or gold? That's a good question. We're going to be seizing all of their gold soon. Hello, Alameter time. G. Franco as well. Thanks for big 5-0, 50 months. Hey, yo. Appreciate you sharing your prime. Whoop. It says neutrality pong. Does this look like neutrality to you? All right, let's try and do a fast campaign. We'll take it serious, but we'll take it seriously fast. Right now, there are 4 major civil wars going on. The Polish peasants versus Sanationist Poland. Here comes the one that channel point betters care about. The Regional Defense Council of Aragon has declared war on Spain. Oh no. If you voted for anarchy, you get Catalonia and Barcelona, but not much else to play with. That's a very small start, but that could be good, because maybe it means that they're highly concentrated along one border right now. Italy has a civil war going on. Republican Italy, led by Comitato di Liberazione Nazionale, is against the Repubblica Sociale Italiana. And that is your Mussolini versus your friendly council. France looks even more communist than I remember. Okay, support weapons. That actually gives us a teeny bit of defense, which is hugely important right now, as you might imagine, with our front lines the way they are. Let's do more industrial stuff, like construction and build speed. Really, our weakness is going to be France. Like, I can build up my defenses. Where the heck are my civilian factories? Did we just finish production of something, or has that been like that for a while? We should work on a teeny bit of infrastructure. I want to get infrastructure here built up just a bit. To at least like 3 out of 5 on this front line. Let's just get 2 out of 5 first. I don't know, that seems like a waste though. I don't think Italy's going to be attacking us over there. What to do? What I wanted was at least 10 civilian factories with which to build, but it feels stupid building a civilian factory while we're in full-scale war. Like, it feels like the priorities should be shifting to land forts, but 9 factories doing the building is just not good enough, so I don't know. We have a lot of bonuses to build speed, but it's still going to be the 6th of July before we even get 1 done, so I don't know what the right answer is. We didn't have time to build anything. The anarchists are in Spain! We've read that 1,000 times. We'll read it again next time when I'm convinced that this campaign is going to last. Good luck, anarchist people betters. Why is this telling me we can modify the government? Okay, let's check on this. We are at 20% balance of power on the side of the cantons. So, that actually does unlock Gardebund, if that's what we want. There's so many modifiers for each of these. They're so big. Maybe it's time to get those free planes. Wait, no. Wait, sorry. We gotta fight until death first. Let's finish that. Whew. But anyway, hello, late peepo arrivers. We're gonna try and make this a quick campaign. I kind of need to watch my own front line just to see what Germany decides to do, if anything. But I think our biggest weakness is going to be if France ends up losing Alsace-Lorraine, or once Germany maybe starts going in through Luxembourg and Belgium. Because that's where we're going to be weak, is on the French side, really. We have 78 Army XP, and maybe we should get some Spirits of the Academy, like some Army Command. Hello, Sewer Rat. Goodbye, Sewer Rat. We got this. Sorry I asked, what, the anarchists? Are you a believer in that tiny little anarchist group? So, the Officer Corps modifies either the Army, the Navy, or the Air Force, and it consumes experience from its respective... Like, Army needs Army experience, Navy needs Navy experience, and same for Air Force. And there's 3 pips. We have 3 spirits. They each have different power-ups, and it's like Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. So, Tier 3, I actually quite like static warfare. I have good experience with this from playing as Ethiopia, and it gives you better entrenchment. Entrenchment is what we need to sort of hold our ground here, because we just have to not lose any. We don't have much room to retreat. In the middle, Engineering Corps can give you some more entrenchment speed, but it's not as good, because max entrenchment is just better. Because once you're there, just don't move. And then Tier 1 helps with our officers leveling up. So we're going to give our officers a good chance of developing defense when they advance. So like this guy has a 3 defense, so he has more chance of getting higher defense as he gains more skill. So I like that one. And then I got 58. So I want to save some to actually modify in the Division Designer, but what if we just don't do that? What if we just don't do that? I know that's crazy. And instead, modify the Officer Corps and spend the rest of our Army XP on static warfare so we can entrench a little bit deeper. Then they'll never make us move. What does the air look like? There's about 500 currently active fighters from the German Reich over France right now. And they're also starting to use some bombers. That's why I don't think these 50 American planes are really going to do that much. The odds are against us. Switzerland is outnumbered, outgunned, and underprepared for what's coming. This is why every Swiss citizen must be ready to give their life. So, more division organization. That's soft HP, it's fantastic. We regain organization faster, also fantastic, and 10% defense on core territory. Switzerland, of course, is our core territory right now, so these are all fantastic. Timeout for mission. Citizen militia deployed increased by 10 days. I don't know what that means per se, but we'll investigate. Total defense! Total war means we need total defense. If every militia is prepared and gives everything they have against the invaders, we might have a chance of survival. That's a 35-day one. It's quite easy. When do we want to choose one of these? See, this actually sucks. Because we actually lose 25% division defense and 50% max entrenchment for going Gatterbund. This is for playing super offensive. We also get a penalty for being in a defensive war to stability. Yikes. Yeah, we literally can't pick that. So I guess I'm gonna have to get closer democratic ties, because it's kind of all there is. We need more than 80% support for the Federal Assembly to make that happen, and we're at 87%. So, like, I'm a little worried that we need to purchase the American planes before that support drops. So let's just buy the planes first, because it seems like they have stalled very quickly. Especially now that we have French tanks as backup. And Italy is a little preoccupied, so we don't have to worry about them right now. This is a cool 3D perspective of like a pipe. Chad, we should, I don't know, is there another bet that we can make? Deploy units. Oh, no location is set. Okay, wait a second. So, wait. Can someone explain to me what happens when you click deploy citizen militias? If these are citizen militias. Swissison, whatever. You guys are gonna go into a completely different army group. Join that to the field marshal. Give you a militia officer who actually buffs only militias. If they're not deployed, they get massive penalties. But the longer they're deployed, the bigger debuffs your country gets. Wait, don't promote you. Where do you see... Okay, but here's my question. Do we have more Swiss citizen militias that I don't see? Like, what happens if I click deploy? All of our military readiness is spent. Active for 5 days. Effect when removed. We remove citizen militias in reserve and add citizen militias deployed. Okay, so it gives them a big buff. Uses a civilian factory. All right, I get it. So it's almost like these are citizen militias who are just living here, but they're not actually ready to fight unless we use this military readiness to deploy them. And then while they're deployed, we have to use the civilian factory to support them. They get much stronger, but we have to also lower our construction speed, factory output, dockyard output, because we're taking the citizens out of their normal jobs and work and putting them into the front lines. I get it. So we have to use these other militia perks in order to power them up, basically. We can increase military readiness for 100 PP. We can expand the staff. Increase your max military readiness. Give them weapons. Set the template cap. Okay, so we can make 20. This lets us make up to 25. We can spend military readiness to buff 45 days of production. Or just improve the template. Okay, that's pretty cool. Total defense Switzerland is basically where we are at this stage. I think we should go ahead and save up 150 PP because it's definitely time to switch from civilian economy. I don't know, we haven't been able to do that because we spent all of our political power at one point. So 149, we should be able to jump up to from civilian economy to war economy, which is ridiculous in 1937. We're gonna get some factories. We're using 4 factories for consumer goods, so we're about to free up some factories. We're also gonna, instead, we're losing 30% construction speed to factories. We're losing fuel. And we're about to go from that to getting buffs to build speed. That's just fantastic. What are Italy fighting? Themselves. Italian civil war is going on right now. All right, yeah, we went up to 12 out of 15 factories. So since we're in a stalemate, I say we just focus on getting 15 out of 15 factories. And, because we can't just stay at sub 15 factories forever. We are at war! We have only lost 536 troops. France has lost 11,000 to the Germans. The Germans have only lost... We're the sole casualty inflictor. I don't know how France lost 11,000 soldiers and didn't inflict a single casualty. Maybe it's just bombing. Purchase American planes. Let's see what happens. Our Air Force lacks the necessary numbers and technology to defend ourselves effectively, so we must look elsewhere to procure our equipment. If we're going to buy planes from another nation, the United States, with their tradition of democracy, relative neutrality, and outstanding aeronautic engineering, is the ideal candidate. We can now purchase fighter and close air support planes from the U.S. U.S. gets 50 units of small airframes added to our national stockpile. 50 units of American A-17 is added. Italy doesn't like us as much because we bought equipment from the enemy, but the U.S. thinks we're pretty chill. Understandable. Okay, so now we have to wait for the balance of power to go even further to the left. So in the meantime, I say we go total defense. We just need the Hulk. Total war means we need total defense. If every militia is prepared and gives everything they have against the invaders, we might have a chance. So, anarchists. You're hoping that Carl comes in and really shakes Spain up right now, because it doesn't look great. There's field hospitals, which we will require support equipment to be positive before we can actually use. Actually, if we can't create our own custom divisions, does researching these actually do anything? Time will tell. In the meantime, let's go and just triple up on industrial since it's mid-1937, and the next tier doesn't open until 1939. We want this one, and this one. Raising factories to 70... Yeah, 70% efficiency. And then we'll have more room for factories, and we'll be building faster. So we're trying to industrialize while at war, which is hilarious because we actually have 100% stability and war support right now. Well, this is a very interesting and unexpected playthrough. Let me see these planes in reserve. So, we had 36 interwar airframes, and America sent us 50 P-36As. Thanks, America. America. I would like to actually look at them in detail, though. There's none in the stockpile. How do you examine an individual plane? You don't. Okay. A-17s are close air support. Did we just get those too? How do I disband this? Okay, because I don't think we want interwar close air support. These little biplanes are like dropping metal darts over the side of their planes, and that constitutes air support. They have an air defense of 7, an air attack of 4, and an agility of 45. Okay, but they're... So wait, the Fokkers? They are Fokkers. They are Fokkers. Why do they have so much agility? They're faster than the A-17s? Agility is less likely to get hit, but their max speed is worse. 545 kilometers an hour. These things weigh over 2 times as much. Okay, well, send them all in then. Thanks, America. They have to be in separate formations for some reason. I don't know why. These close air support are capable of naval strikes and logistic strikes, whereas these are capable of port strikes. I don't know how. They shouldn't be able to bomb anything. These buttons have also changed a little bit. Fixed size 100 air wings. Oh yeah, didn't they, I forgot that Paradox updated the way that air wings and there's air groups now, right? I have no idea how that works. Because that was a functional change that I have not yet gotten to play around with at all. So, I wish there was a little tutorial for that. Capabilities missions come from modules now, I think, and the aircraft designer. Yeah, Ethiopia didn't have any planes, so we didn't have to learn about it. Okay, if they start attacking, I'll send the airplanes up in the sky, but if they don't attack, then we'll not send the airplanes up in the skies. I just want to make sure none of these are checked. I know you guys don't have a mission. That's intentional. Meanwhile, over in Spain, I can't believe I dragged... Like, I will rule Switzerland! This will be so much fun! I will simply start World War II in 1936. Oh, damn. Well, Communist Latvia won their civil war, and Amelia Earhart has successfully circumnavigated the globe. After a brief scare when they temporarily got lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning their Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. There'll be a ceremony in the White House next week with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Chat, do you guys want a cashew? Are you allergic to nuts? Yes to which question? Which one's which? Easy. Japan, why? Japan has declared civil war. Wrong way. Tetsu Katayama, leading the Democratic Party versus Hirohito. Democratic Japan might be in play. A number of communist delegates around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference. With supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead, the groundwork for the Fourth International was laid. It's still unclear what impact these efforts of organizers will have on the international political stage, but the news appears to have stirred Stalin's suspicions. He suspected many high-ranking members of the party and military to secretly support Trotsky, and many of them are still alive. With his paranoia back in full force, he's grown increasingly reclusive. His distrust and instability have caused a crisis in the Soviet government. At this rate, the nation will be plunged into civil war. How many internationals will there be? Oh, I need to pick a thing. Hold on. Total war. Total defense. So this modifies Frontier Defense Plan, which is this guy. It's basically a national spirit that is now giving us a total of plus 20% to our green HP bar, the division organization. We regain the HP faster. Division defense on core territories up 15%. It's faster to train everybody, and we build land forts 25% faster now, which we're about to start using a lot of. But this is even cooler. We will position our citizen militias and our standing army in the borders of Switzerland, so they will need fortifications to enhance their ability to keep interlopers at bay. Oh my god. Are we getting a division defense plus 200% on certain territories? The Swiss plateaus... This seems incredible. We're going to become an actual impenetrable mountain fortress. That one's a 70-day, so it's going to be a little while. Now I can see my territory and Spain. This really is an Ethiopia stream. This was Ethiopia if Ethiopia had mountains on all sides, on the edges instead of just in the middle. Anarchist Spain believers are not having a great time right now, but they're hoping that Carl comes in and upsets the balance. Chat, if I gave you a bowl of Cheeto dust and a spoon, would you eat all the Cheeto dust in the bowl? Uh-oh. I would roll around in it. A lot of no's. Ew, yes. The dust is the best part. You know I would. I'd add it to something as a seasoning. The German Reich has declared war on Luxembourg because they were just in the way. And I guess Germany wants another in to get to France, which is understandable. All right, dispersed industry 2. More room for factories. More room for factory output. All good things. And now, 1937, tech is caught up on industry. It's too early for research. Not too early for air, but we need... I would say... We're gonna need anti-air. It's Germany, after all. Definitely no tanks. Definitely none of this. Okay, I think the one that makes the most sense is... You can't go wrong with radio. Because radio is just coordination. Coordination's very important stat. This also unlocks... different plane parts, and anti-air is effectively useless without up-to-date radar. So we will need radar. Oh, sure, you can play as Luxembourg, but not Liechtenstein. Yeah. There was only room for one tiny place that starts with L. Luxembourg wants to move troops. I'm sure they do. Do they? I don't think they're going to be over here. I will take military access from France. And I think at this stage, we just stay at free trade for as long as we can. Oh, Luxembourg's already dead? The German forces have taken control of the home area. That was fast. Can't say I didn't expect it, but We need to keep moving the needle to the left. And this gets more expensive every time we do it. Saving, what is compromise with the cantons? No, stinky. But yeah, we're gonna want to move it 25%. You also get command power and free army XP, but... Okay, we'll do council diplomatic effort one more time, and then I think it's worth saving up for high command. Boop. Move the needle left.
5 times speed. We will make this game happen as quickly as possible.
So much war. Construction speed up 10%. Chad, did we get any natural oil? Why are we getting a daily gain of 48 oil? Is that just normal amount? Maybe. Alright, let's grab bonus artillery. How does construction look? We're almost done with another civilian factory. We'll be up to close to 13. Everyone gets 48 pity oil. It's the minimum necessary for industrial efforts in the modern age of 1937. Some of chat's favorite songs are coming up soon.
We will position our citizen militias on the borders of Switzerland. Keep the interlopers at bay.
All right, I'm very excited about this because ongoing rearmament. Oh, that's where we got some of the extra factories earlier. Okay. Frontier Defense Switzerland, Division Defense plus 200% on the Jura Mountains and the Swiss Plateau. Where are those? The Jura Mountains and the Swiss Plateau. This is the Swiss Plateau. So Zurich and Bern are much better protected. And the Jura Mountains. So it's these spots have a 200% defensive bonus now. I don't think they're getting in anytime soon. And we also have... oh my god. Dude, that's so many land forts in one... research? That was just one national focus. That just built like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I can't even count. 3, 6, 9. It's 23. I think it built 40, at least 43 levels of land forts. Wait, that's too many. 16 plus 3, 6, 9, 25. 34? I think about 34. That's still an inordinate amount for a single... Each land fort, by the way, represents a 15% attack penalty against anyone who tries to push. So Germany just lost another 45% against their attack score. Then they have to cross the damn river, and I got a 200% defensive modifier on my core territories up here. The only one that's not included, I think, is... Nope, it's the entire German border. Just got 200% bonus to defense. Retrograde, some of them were already there on the front lines. But I don't know what you're multiplying. Imagine attacking Switzerland. That's worse than attacking Finland. Okay, now we have a either or. So our choices are... we can start the secret police intelligence. We can choose between these two. Let's take a look at what these are. We can't do both. So, prolonged service on the left here. Says, our current mandatory service period is insufficient to deal with a long-term war. We need to give the federal government the tools to keep our citizens under arms for longer, even if we sacrifice some liberties. Timeout for mission, citizen militia deployed is increased. So we can basically keep the militias deployed longer. Or we get 30,000 manpower. Which... our total manpower is 438,000. So what... that's like a 1 in 14 increase. But let's see what they lead to. Because prolonged service on the left leads to enhanced training. We get to add units to the template Swiss citizen militia. It increases military readiness. And increases your max military readiness versus another 30,000 manpower and 3 researches to support tech. The Eastern Swiss Alps also get a military factory, and you get 60 military readiness. Chad, what do you think? We can always come back to these later. I don't think we need any of them necessarily right now. I don't think fortifying the border with Italy is necessarily wrong, but it's just 2 land forts for 70 days. Why don't we just go for the intelligence agency? But wait, which... okay, here's my question, chat. Can you pick both this intelligence agency and this intelligence agency? What happens if you pick both? Because they're not mutually exclusive. You can't have 2 intelligence agencies. You can do both, but the name is based on the first one. And one of them also raises daily fascism support, which is only good if you're trying to push federal assemblyism down, which is kind of what we want to do to get closer democratic ties. I don't know why you have to become less democratic to appeal to Democrat nations, but okay. Let's do the one that gives us more daily fascism support for now. But Pro Helvetia is pretty good. This leads to special ops. Daily fascism support. Okay, I'll go for this one. Let's go for the other one. Unfortunately, semi-realistic. We're gonna start our own intelligence agency over here. Okay, chat, I have a question about map games for you. When we play Victoria 3 next week, what should be our first nation that we play as? I guess you'd probably need to look at the list. Improved machine efficiency cap. Okay, we're doing radio. It's October 1937. We're doing interwar artillery. Why don't we start on an airframe? We start doing a little bit. Let's get the small airframe so we can make some tiny fighters. Leel fighters. Ireland, Prussia, Mexico, USA, the Netherlands, Poland, Japan, England or Prussia. Not one person said Sweden. The developers will be very upset. Also, what? The balance of power has to be more than 0% on the Canton side? Oh. So all this stuff is dependent on being on the balance of power on the Canton side. Oops. So be it. The balance of these two powers is quite challenging. In that case, I will simply take the more fascist approach. We have become what we swore to defeat! Oh no! The Federal Police Intelligence Department! What have we become? Okay, so, chat, Cheeto dust. Very important. If I had Cheeto dust, and, like, okay, let's say that you were gonna make a sandwich. And you put some butter in a pan. And you toast the edges of the bread. And you crust it with Cheeto dust, and then deep fry it. What do you think? Pretty good, right? I'd eat it. No. The edges, not the sides? I mean, that's what the edges are, yes. Like the crust. Where am I? State Fair? Yeah. I like using hot Cheeto dust as a frying coating. Trying to find, okay. Do you have a bowl of Cheeto dust? No, I have a bowl of cashew dust, but it makes me think of Cheeto dust. And this is what I'm trying to figure out how to do. Okay. Do you see this? Look at that. I want to eat that! But it's got this like lip. So if you try and pour it, it's gonna get stuck by the lip. And it's gonna like dump all over the place. Just shake it. No. Spoon. Yeah, but I don't have a spoon. Okay, but what? Hang on. What if you like? What if you just took this and then like folded it? Okay. What if you folded it like this? And then you got in here and you like scoop it, right? Like this. And then you just go. Ugh. It's so sweet. It's all sugar. These are honey roasted. Ah, it was so sharp. So jealous. You better be. You better be, like, so jealous. Give me my 15 factories. Give me my 15 factories! What decisions can we make with our PP? Can't change conscription. No reason to go to limited exports. You can have all my intel. We're at war economy, which is fabulous. Don't need a theorist. The game is lagging. Something is happening. Oh! Dude, this is what happens when the German Reich doesn't declare civil war. Everyone else is like, now I wanna. Civil war has once more erupted in Russia, with the memories of the last civil war still fresh on everyone's mind. It's a bit of a surprise that they would come to this. After years of political infighting between Stalinist and Trotskyist factions, the Soviet government has finally split and the two groups battle in the streets for control of the country. Ivan Smirnov has declared himself the leader of what he calls the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia, and leads the war against Joseph Stalin from his base in Odessa. That is a small base of operations, but then again, Soviet Union is big. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's an interesting choice of location. Very interesting choice of location, yes. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Stalin's speech today, when the European Pact was announced. Going beyond political international, this is an alliance that binds countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it acts as a sword or a shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. So this is just the Soviet Union and then Soviet Latvia, which is a great name. Very original. Good job, Stalin. Is Republican Italy winning? If Republican Italy wins, that would make my job a lot easier. And the Polish Peasant Republic, I guess, also is a thing. I have 133 PP, but what? Oh, this is 100 PP to move the balance power 15% towards the council, but you lose war support. I feel like it's just kind of naturally going that direction anyway, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. Switzerland is challenging, but so far we're not losing. Like, we definitely need to improve the divisions of militias. And we have 6.4k spare infantry equipment, so we're just gonna start recruiting more. What if we recruit all 16 simultaneously? We still have enough guns. No, we don't. Do we? Come on, my Swiss brothers and sisters! Mexican Republic was annexed. Well, Mexico's back. The Second Cristiada is no more. We can do military doctrines, but I have 100 army XP. Why don't we just fix our officer corps? Let's get a second spirit of the army. Let's see. Command power gain. CP gain is good. planning speed. Cavalry, we don't have any. Never seen any medals. Let's do Professional Officer Corps. I like the 5% XP gain. I like command power. I like land doctrine cost being down. Speaking of, you have a new trait. So we can power you up. My Field Marshal. Chat, I feel like we're eventually gonna need to go on the offensive, but we could take a plus 30% to max entrenchment and just live forever. I'm gonna go for live forever. And then I like division recovery rates, so they can get back into the fight faster. We'll just simply live in Switzerland for the rest of the game. We're making our own intelligence agency right now. And we should have our 15 full civilian factories soon so that we can respool and retool production for military factories. And then we're gonna start snowballing! You get it? Because it's snowy in Switzerland. And we have no room to expand our borders at all. Unless we somehow got Austria. Which it feels too late for. We need less than 80. Ooh, we have less than 80% support for the Federal Assembly. And balance of power needs to be to the left of council and cantons range. Election of the new Swiss president. All right, we'll be there in a second. This is not my favorite name for an intelligence agency ever. It's the Federal Police. Imagine being, having an intelligence agency and you're the head of the new Swiss intelligence agency, but your government is under free trade and freely sharing an additional 40% intel to all neighboring nations. Every year, the Swiss Federal Assembly chooses a counselor to become president for 1 year. And we have to elect one of these 3 individuals. So we know we don't... Do we need daily democracy support at all right now? Because it doesn't seem like we do, but let me check. Oh, yeah, we actually need more than 70% support. Okay, so to take a stance, we need less than 30% support for the FB. So we just have to do these before we get sub 70%. Which is a little tough. Do we have time? Okay, here's our 3 choices. Albert Meyer, Jacob Huber, Hermann Obrecht. If we elect Albert Meyer, we'll get weekly stability gain, weekly war support, and some daily democracy support. If we do Hermann Obrecht, we get more consumer goods factories, 40% faster construction speed. Yeah, I'd say let's elect him. Let's take advantage of the consumer goods factories and the build speed while we can actually use it. Okay, and then that frees up a spot and we get to hire someone else. A lot of fascists. Too many options, chat. Okay, I don't mind there being this many options, but if they could have just simply organized this page a little bit, like there's a fascist propagandist here, and a fascist propagandist here, and they have the same stats. And there's a diplomat here and a diplomat there. If they were a diplomat there, if they were just organized by type, this would be a lot easier to parse, this screen. This is like choosing organizations in Terra Invicta, except easier. I feel like if we pick Adolf Führer, once again, unfortunately named, but we're gonna get too much pumping of the unaligned. We need to keep some democratic support. Not a ton, but some. So just someone who doesn't push support of a different thing. Chat, is it time to hire a corpo? Just free PP gain every day? But we lose daily democracy support. Damn. None of these seem good right now. Maybe I'm just gonna get an intelligence officer. It just feels like a waste. We're not upgrading the agents at all. I think a little bit of daily democratic support is probably fine. I have analysis paralysis right now. Backseat. Okay, I'm just going to have to pick something. I think I'm going to pick the intel officer for later. We're not decrypting anybody right now. We don't really need the army intel. We don't need the operative slot. We don't need agency time, but I don't need any of the other things either. I guess I can get, like, Hans Obrecht. Gives us a lack of resource penalty reduction. I'm afraid of the daily communism support. Because I'm afraid we're going to be losing too much democratic support. I need democratic support in order to take the democratic ties. So we're just going to try and do those next. But I can't do them until we've pushed the balance of power to the left of this. So we got to pick something else in anticipation of that. Okay, so what are we at? These songs, I don't know why, they make me angry. It's always playing them when I'm making a hard decision. All of these. This one's okay, I guess. What did we even just research? Oh yeah, the Federal Police Intelligence Department. It would be folly to defend Switzerland from external enemies only to let it succumb to internal ones. We must empower the federal police to root out possible threats inside our borders and defend against foreign elements in our soil. Add Swiss Federal Police Intelligence, which gives us free counterintelligence and daily fascism support I'm worried about. And that leads to this one, which gives us even more police intel, resistance growth speed in our states occupied by the enemy, counter-intel, and more fascism support. See, I don't want that. Not yet. We're a little all over the place. Support allied espionage would work. I think that's the one we end up going with right now. The fact that we maintain a neutral foreign policy, do we? Does not prevent us from subversively supporting other democratic nations in efforts to suppress fascism in Europe. In fact, our neutrality and proximity to Republican Italy makes us vital in the international fight against fascism. Wait, Republican Italy is the good one. Also, it's 1937, so it's almost 1938, so I'm going to go ahead and get the research plus 5% started, even though we're slightly ahead of time. And they hate you. They do hate me, yes! And I'm not sure why. What's up, Andy Yumster? Thanks for 32 months of sub, by the way. Appreciate your Prime. Welcome back to stream. Howdy. No more Anschluss? No. Can't do it. Did you read the dev blog today? No, we're gonna do that on Friday. Because it's pretty much just about factions and lore. We've kind of seen all the new stuff. Okay, reinforce rate and coordination is good for just our little foot soldiers. It's January 1938. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's get some more support companies. Can't go wrong with logistics, possibly. Wait, 1938. Let's get improved infantry equipment first and make 5% more attack for all of our little foot soldiers. I love the fact that Germany just declared war and can't invade us or France this early on. It's very embarrassing for them, to be perfectly honest. We are the international fight against fascism. That's true, yeah. We're not neutral anymore. That's us. Poland was annexed by the Polish Peasant Republic, led by Maria Kozucka. However, I think that they're about to find that the European Pact is, well, they're not doing so good. So, that's a lot of territory getting lost. we just fast-tracked 16 divisions of Swiss citizen militiamen and their 8 combat with having selves. Hopefully this ends up working. Okay, you guys are just gonna, like, area defense everything. Spread out, form up. 3 units are affected by attrition. Is that just from being in the mountains? The Bulgarian government, seeking support of a great power capable of guaranteeing the independence and territorial integrity of Bulgaria, sent a diplomatic delegation to the UK, negotiating the signing of a treaty with the British. In addition to the clauses related to military issues, this treaty also includes an economic agreement granting British capitalists significant tax benefits operating in Bulgaria. They only seek Neville Chamberlain's protection. What protection can Neville offer that I cannot? I'll make my own faction of allies. Yeah, meanwhile, Republican Italy... Here's the thing about Italy. Attacking all the way up in here in Lombardia and Piedmont is, like, super easy. It's once they get down here to the neck in, like, Tuscany. Everything that I try and do gets canceled. Balance of power is at the strong cantonal power range or further right. So we can't do that either. Okay, that's fine. Are we out of focuses? that don't increase... See, now I can't even do these unless we're more than 0.0 on the Canton side. Can't do any of them. I feel like this focus tree is difficult because you have to, like... I think the layout makes it confusing. Because, like, let's say, like, in our case, we basically decided what we wanted to do because we wanted to go down this leftmost tree, right? So I took a look at a couple of these and saw that we need the balance of power to go hard left. But what you don't realize is how many of the decisions are predicated on having at least some of that balance of power over to the right. And then once you move it from the left, you can't do it again unless you push it. I guess I need to push it back to the right with political power, which stops us from getting the things that are time gated. Like, for the Anschluss, we would have had to have already been able to pick this basically by this year, because the Anschluss of Austria happens in 1938, historically. So it's difficult to see at a glance what you're actually blocking yourself from taking via the balance of power mechanic before it's too late and it just sneaks up on you. So my choices are either basically just make 2 land forts neighboring France or Italy, increase fascism, and take some fairly useful developments down here. Or, like, I guess I'm going to do fortify the border with Italy right now and then try and move the balance of power back over to the right. But to get democratic ties, I need it to be to the left, so it's just like... It's all over the place right now. It's hard to do many things at the moment. Let's just try and push it like we were originally trying. Left of the balance between the council and cantons range, which is almost... We're almost there. We need like 12 more %. It's not much. So I'm trying to think of what the best way to do that is, because I can either do council diplomatic effort twice for 70 days, or I can swing it too far to the left and strengthen high command. I guess I'll just do the diplomatic effort, because I don't want it to go 25% that way. I just want it to go just enough to get the just to get the democratic ties. Because joining the alliance requires it to be left of balance, and this needs to be left of strong. So eventually it does need to be full left. All right, fine. We'll just do that then. I'll just do the huge push 25% left. I'm not sure how long it takes, though. Really, honestly, not that long. But it's already been 10 days, so I'm just gonna let fortify the border of Italy go ahead and finish up. I suppose it makes sense the pressures in the air really force nations to take sides. Yeah, I'm just worried that we have to have enough different options to pursue. And I think what's confusing to me is the fact that we need... Let me see. You have to have more than 70% support for the Federal Assembly. Okay, so we need more than 70% support for democracy, and we're already at 73. So it's really tough to balance, because by pushing everything's balance of power really far towards the Federal Council tends to invite fascist decision-making. Like, the Federal Police Department raises fascism support. This raises fascism support. Cracking down on democracy reduces... Or cracking down on dissent reduces democratic support, for example. But this requires balance of power to be left as well. But I need to keep democracy support up above 70, but also keep balance of power over to the left. And that's the challenge right now. Okay. It's free civilian factories. It's not a sound you really ever want to hear. How many do we have? We have proper 15 factories now. Okay, so here's the plan. The plan is get all infrastructure in Switzerland up to a 5 out of 5. And that should be a fairly quick thing. I like just maxing infrastructure and just not having to worry about it. Maxing infrastructure gives us so many bonuses. It increases the distribution of supplies throughout Switzerland, so we have less issue with logistics. It increases the build speed of building factories and other things on those tiles. It also increases the number of resources that we're harvesting from any of those tiles. In this case, we're getting a bunch of aluminum from these 1, 2, 3 slots are getting a bunch of aluminum. So it'll give us more aluminum. More natural resources to trade with. Hopefully we can start making airplanes. We're gonna need a lot more factories before I even look at that screen. So forget about that for now. We do want radar so we can get anti-air, but let's get support weapons too, because the best thing we have right now are foot soldiers, and increasing their defense and offense by 5%, especially when we're getting improved infantry equipment at the same time, is probably for the best. If you are the anarchist party, you can go ahead and start crying a little bit, because I don't know if we've seen the anarchist commune lose before Karl appears in a very long time. But there it is anyways. Thanks, Dandy Donuts, for the 33-month sub. Aliens in chat. But yeah, as I mentioned, I was playing a little bit of Terra Invicta yesterday in off-stream time. It was going pretty good. I pissed off the aliens. I got the 5 out of 5 threat tracker, so I have no idea what they're going to do next. But they're upset, understandably. We can still win. You could still win. Did you find out what the aliens want from Earth? Yes, actually. I did complete the Aliens Intention quest. And basically the summary is, as anarchists lose, is that the aliens came to Earth to make George R.R. Martin finish A Song of Ice and Fire, because we've been disseminating the broadcasts of things like Game of Thrones. They saw the final seasons. They were understandably upset, like we were, as those crossed the space waves. And they just came back exclusively to capture him, abduct him, and extract the details from his brain and whatever probing was necessary to know what the true ending was. And you know what? I fully support them. Servants don't seem so bad now. The servants don't seem so bad now, no. Look at this militia spread. They found nothing. No! Oh no! The Anschluss of Austria! No, I wanted to do that. After a successful coup d'etat by local Nazis in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich, and that's gonna be a problem. Because this front line just got a little wider. We do have like one militia person here. How expensive is it to deploy them? 60? All right, we're shifting people over. Luckily, there's a ton of impassable mountains between us and Germany. Oh god, they're moving in. Don't attack. This might be a weak spot for us. Yeah, we only have 2 out of 10 land forts here. So we're gonna increase these to 5. Oh shit, hold on. Wrong buttons. One at a time, please. Okay, Got some mountaineers over there. They got to rebuild their entrenchment because they just got done moving. Spreads us out a little bit more. Speaking of TI, did you read that our asteroid hit was 30 times more successful than estimated? Which one? The one where we, like, targeted an asteroid with a dart? That one? I haven't really kept up with it. Replace George R. with megafauna. My theory is he finished the books years ago but won't publish because he's afraid he won't be relevant anymore. See, I don't think he finished the books. I think he's facing the problems that Rings of Power writers just blew through. Yes, I finished Rings of Power, Chad. It's true. Don't worry, we're not gonna talk too much about it. Except, yes, we are. What else am I going to talk about? But don't worry, I'm not going to spoil anything. I think that George knows exactly how he wants the books to end. He has an ending. He knows where all the characters are going to end up. He's already established it mentally. But he doesn't know how to get everybody from where they are at the end of the 5th book to where he wants them to be at the end in a logical fashion. Whereas Rings of Power writers established where they want all of their characters to end up, and they don't care how they get there. And that's why they were able to just bang out this quick and dirty, very poorly written series of events. So I think that's the problem. I think he's just got a conundrum. He doesn't know how to get A to B, because it's just too complex. There's just too many threads. Hey, yo, we can do closer democratic ties. I'm just worried that it's gonna cancel. Because we're at exactly 70%. Chat, does anybody know a fast way to get plus democratic support? This is 90 days of construction speed up. We can oust the president for 300%. Console commands. I think it's gonna cancel while we're doing it. I think I would have to, like, oust the president and change them with a new president, basically, because we have a little bit of daily democracy support. But anymore. This is very unfortunate. We're getting too much unaligned. We're getting 0.05 communism, 0.05 unaligned, 0.07 daily democracy. This is worrisome. I don't know any other way to boost that number. This is going to take 35 days. There's no way we're still going to be above 70% in 35 days. An operative can be recruited. Spies. Fancy. Capture ciphers, control trade missions, or tough. Let's get tough Marlene. Marlene, why don't you build an intel network? What are your possibilities? Propaganda? Boost ideology? Root out resistance, control trade, and create diplomatic pressure. Influence an AI-controlled nation to prefer your faction and non-aggression pacts. What does controlled trade do? Influence our trade opinion in the target country, giving us a bigger share of their exports. And then intel can lead to propaganda. Reducing their daily stability and war support. Let's go for build an intel network in Berlin and then maybe switch to propaganda when the time is right. I have no idea which battle plan doctrine is good. I feel like if you're playing as the Swiss, your two choices are Grand Battle Plan, again, or Superior Firepower, because this really is the Ethiopia campaign, isn't it? Because Grand Battle Plan will give us the entrenchment bonuses, the planning bonuses. Firepower is more for, like, actually having artillery. I think we should play to win, though. And if we're going to play to win, I think firepower is long-term. Soft attack plus 10%. Let's go with that. We'll give it a try. Alright, meanwhile. Noom. Infantry equipment. It's May of 1938. We will probably need better anti-air since we're playing against Germany. I don't know. They have 200 active fighters currently in the region, but I don't see any bombers, interestingly. And they have taken Austria, but they haven't made any push into Switzerland yet. So off we go. Chad, I have a interesting... Oh my god. Everything is ruined. Closer to... This is the third national spirit that's been canceled for us. Can you not retry it? You can do it again, but you have to have the prereqs. I need more democratic support. And we are sub 70% now. The Switzerland campaign, I think, has a very difficult national focus tree to get used to. And I think the hiring and firing of certain government officials, because you promote them to get rid of them, is an extra layer of challenge. Because I caused this problem because I was trying to bring the level of democracy down to take this, because it had to be less than 90%. But then this became irrelevant because I prompted Germany to declare war on us on accident, which means we couldn't really preempt the Anschluss. So then I was like, well, shit, the only other thing I can do here is democratic ties. Now I need to keep it above 70, but I already picked other things. And it sort of spirals because there's no wiggle room. What a sad playthrough this has been. Yeah, I mean, we're not losing, but there's no national focuses for us to take except for special police and the one that makes us have minus 50% max entrenchment, I guess. You could just switch to Switzerland on the offense, which sounds cool, but doesn't really have anything to follow through with. I feel like you either have to be very flexible or know exactly what focuses to do. The thing is, I knew what focuses I wanted to do. I just didn't understand how the balance of power and your exact party ideology was tied into them. So there's a lot of moving parts. Because you got to keep this going, but if it goes too far, oops, a whole tree's blocked off. And you got to keep this ticking in a certain direction, but if it goes too far, another tree's blocked off. So it's like, It feels like a very balancing act tree, which is fair because it's Switzerland, and their whole thing is like careful balance of neutrality. So the balance of power is quite literal in that sense, but it definitely is difficult to get a handle on like first time. But it's difficult for reasons that Ethiopia wasn't. Ethiopia was difficult just because it was more like tactical location of troops. Switzerland is difficult because I feel like the tree is, like chat says, very picky compared to most. So I was thinking that Switzerland might be a good tutorial nation to play as for a new player, but I do not think that now. It's quite challenging. And I have 450 hours in the game. But again, very different challenge from Ethiopia. Can some decisions help balance? I don't think so, other than ousting the president to fast track. Because you lose, if you oust the president, you remove their, you can remove a second person here and hire someone else. I think Italy is still the best learning country. That's probably true, but I don't know if DLC Italy is the best learning country, just because there's a lot more things to think about, and that isn't even all of them, I don't think. But yeah, I can't promote democracy here. BBA in general seems like it was meant for veterans of the game. Yeah, I think so. Definitely not the first DLC that I would get. What's the greater plan? Will you ever push Germany back, or are you just going to try to survive by sitting there? I actually think that the campaign's over, to be honest. We're too far, like, we have to go... If I had enough time, the only thing that we could do is wait until beginning of 1939, by which point we would have lost even more democratic support. Hire a second democratic supporter into this leg of government, wait until democratic support goes back over 70%, then draw closer democratic ties, then go down this tree. But we have to have less than 30% support for the FB, which that's easy. But yeah, it's there were a lot of missteps, but I think it's just I think first playthrough of Switzerland feels like stepping on a bunch of landmines. Things that are impossible to predict until you see how everything functions together. How'd the Italian Civil War start? They have a new focus tree with the last expansion. So they did it themselves. Oh yeah, what about Spain? Carl Spain never existed. I'm just gonna refund you guys channel points. There you go. Carl wasn't here. At Italics, serious question. Do you have any interest in playing Bannerlord around release next week? No. Maybe the week after. But next week is cleared. We're not doing anything except RimWorld and Victoria 3 next week. It's already booked. But yeah. Let's just fast forward and see where this ends up. I guess I should have just left it fast forwarding the whole time. But yes, there's a... It feels like juggling a lot of plates, but I didn't know which plates were plates until it was too late, so kind of an unfortunate run. I was not expecting it to be this difficult, because I think you could just lock yourself. Like, I'm basically, think about it like this. If the focus tree represents the different paths that you can take, I have effectively put myself on a track that somehow deftly dodges all of them. For example, I can't take Gotthardbund because this makes us automatically take different national focuses that weaken our defensive powers. So Gotthardbund reduces our entrenchment, reduces our division defense, and it increases our offense and breakthrough. So this is for making pushes, not for holding the line. So that's not good when you've accidentally got the Germans to declare war on you in 1936, because we're very much on the defense. I can't really easily push back into Germany right now. The second reason is because even if you follow through on this, it doesn't do anything, because then we go another tier down, and we make demands of the German Reich who aren't going to give us anything. We can't get Austria because they already Anschlussed it, so we didn't preempt it. Like, it's just a bunch of fumbles. We can't be a neutral entente because we're already at war. We can't get closer democratic ties because I gave up too much democratic support. Same thing for allied espionage. We can't get this intelligence tree because the balance of power was being pushed too far left to try to get this. We got this down to here, but I can't get any more because the balance of power is too far left, and I could take some time to push it back. But if I push it back, then we can't get these things, which is more fascism that leads to martial law and some kind of non-essential research. Like, this doesn't change our political sphere. It just gives us some buffs to research. This is like stuff you would normally research last if you're me anyways. And we can't pick any of these because we're already at war with Germany. So it's like I've basically accidentally taken a track that leads outside of our game, if that makes sense. And I didn't realize it was happening until it happened. So I feel like we just be in stalemate, eternal hell here. It all started with the cashew dust. I think it's like a bunch of interesting mechanics, and I like how it works. For like this DLC, one thing that would be cool is have like a UI reflection of what they need. So like if the main mechanic is balance of power, for example, then having some either little icon or border or something, like I would love to have like two buttons up here that says like Council Cantons, and you can click one or the other and it'll highlight and dim the ones that align with that balance or don't. Because I think that they're just so spread out that it's difficult to see, like, oh, well, if you're not aligned with the cantons, then you cannot do this entire tree. And if it's like difficult to see which ones are going to get boxed and which ones aren't without reading every single focus and memorizing them, if that makes sense. I think I would do a lot better on a second run, but it's difficult to start a second run 5 hours into a stream without committing to a 12-hour stream. So I kind of want to see where this ends up going first, because why the hell hasn't Carl appeared? 12-hour stream confirmed. You guys aren't even gonna be awake. You guys go to sleep at 9 p.m. Pacific. That's in like 40 minutes. Not with that attitude. It's almost impenetrable for a first-time player. That's the thing. I'm not even close to a first-time player. Soviet Union was annexed. Well, the Union of Soviet Republics led by Ivan Smirnov. Ukraine has won the Civil War. How about the Spanish Civil War. But yeah, this was an unfortunate campaign. We had such high aspirations of being the bad guys. Chat, how is it? Did we make a save before the stream started? Like, is it possible to reload a save of the stream today? And go back to like 3:15 p.m. Purchase planes from fascist neighbor. See, I don't... We're just double dipping at that point. New plan. Go all in on the Gatterbund offensive bonuses, and then make a push with militia only into Germany. It's easy. No problem. Let's get radar. And it's 1938. Logistics companies. How to improve divisions? We need 75 points. We only have 1.3 thousand guns. It's so sad. Let's do a military training drive. And then when we're done, we'll improve our militia divisions, and then we'll have 20 militia divisions ready for an offensive. We're literally missing a whole focus branch. Yeah, it happens. Such is the life of Hearts of Iron. The nice thing is the campaigns are short enough that restarting is... If you're playing on your own, isn't that big of a deal. It's more of a big deal when you're carefully explaining every aspect of starting a new game and then you lose. This is the, like, if I were a YouTuber, this is the, like, recording that I would have deleted and you wouldn't have seen. But instead you're just hanging out watching, like, a behind the scenes of... I'm sorry? The Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia declared war on the Imperial Kwantung territories, who have joined the Axis? Okay, what? Hungary just joined the Axis. Probably not good if you're Czechoslovakia.
The time for bickering and factionalism is over. It's time for Switzerland to unite under a single democracy with the categorical authority to make sweeping measures.
No speeches. All in the name of the survival of our Swiss traditions and values. We will resist and prevail. So why are we doing a single democracy, but it's actually non-aligned? And who are these people? Chief of Air Force. Oh, we just actually got some military high command people. All right, let's at least... I would say I can't believe our infantry specialist Adolf Führer is going to lead the charge against Germany. I gotta hire him. I gotta hire him. Oh no, Hungary is against us now too. Oh, this is so dumb. Okay, can I even pick anything else? We automatically got press for Vorarlberg. Okay, automatically, we get a claim on Vorarlberg. The Swiss Confederation wants Vorarlberg as a canton. I'm assuming they did not accept. Switzerland is trying to turn Austria against us. Let's bypass the Anschluss Yay! We did it! Adolf at home. Adolf Hitler versus Adolf Hitler is a sitcom premise. Okay, so we're not annexing Austria, and I literally can't demand any of this without less than 60% of democracy scores, so I can't... Okay. France is helping us fight Germany. I'm just gonna turn around and go, France, give me the Alps now, or else, I'm gonna lose even more democracy. Okay, what do I pick until then, pray tell? Like, is anything even open? Yes, I can purchase planes from my fascist neighbors. Fantastic. This is a hell of a campaign. We're gonna create an overall front. Hang on. Chat, fun fact, if you have a field marshal with 2 generals, if you don't make a field marshal front line, but you instead shift left click front line as a field marshal, and then deploy, hang on. Shift left click front line, then left click deploy. It creates 2 overlapping. I don't want to defend France. France can defend itself. 2 overlapping defensive lineups. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, just wait until I... Czechoslovakia has called the United Kingdom as our ally in the German-Czechoslovakian War.
From the cabinet room at 10 Downing Street.
Well,
This morning,
the Dominion of Australia, British Malaya, British Raj, South Africa, New Zealand, and Canada join in the war too.
final note,
The UK is in the war, chat.
unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared
The German Reich by themselves?
from Poland, a state of war would exist between us.
There's some military access for the UK.
Now, that no
France joins the... Hey, invite me to the Allies. Hey, I want to be in the Allies. Germany versus the world in 1938? Hey, the UK wants us to be in the Allies. I accept. We can always leave later. I got a Chivo unlocked. Friend in need. Well, good luck, Czechoslovakia. You're no Switzerland, but I wish you the best. Okay, we got anti-air tier 1. It's almost 1939, so I'm gonna go ahead and start ahead of time on industry. We just need to keep pumping industry. We're already pumping infrastructure. We're gonna have 5 out of 5 infrastructure in all Switzerland throughout the Alps.
And although he now says he put forward reasonable
Let's get another doctrine.
which were rejected
Plus 10 organization for all infantry, and we get a new tactic to use in battle, so our generals will automatically be selecting those. All right, so check this out, chat. Watch this.
though they were announced in the German broadcast on Thursday night.
So, if you left-click front line, then click, you end up with 2 separate front lines. There's one, see the blue one and the red one.
His actions
I wish I could, how do you hide units?
that there is no chance of expecting that this man will ever give up his practice of using
Okay, there we go.
force.
See the blue one and the red one. That causes a problem, because now, if you had a bunch of entrenched units on this position, in this case it would just be militia, they're all gonna get up and move over here. But the other problem is that, as you know, if I sent all 20 of my militia are so weak. See, their organization's capped to 30% unless I deploy the citizen militia. to give them their bonuses and buffs back. So I don't want this front line to be guarded by the weakest unit. I would like an overlap of my good strong units and my weak units. That way there isn't just a hole that the enemy can punch in our position. So if you wanted to create a front line and then shift clicked and then started a new front line. I didn't shift click. Hold on. Shift, left click. Pew. Okay, shift left click on that creates one unified front line of all 33 divisions, so it'll be a mix of both of these armies. That way it doesn't stack all my weak units and all my strong units on different sides, basically. So we're gonna shift right click and create a Swiss front line here that's going to mix and match the militia with my mountaineers. Then we're gonna create an offensive line. I'd like to keep it simple at first. Take this impassable mountain range. Czechoslovakia is not going to be having too much fun soon. So we'll just stay on this side of the river. They'll never see it coming, chat. You join the Allies but are trying to buy planes from Germany and Italy. Yeah? And just because they're fascist doesn't mean that they're in the Axis. It's different. Thanks for the epic gamer tip, E-Town. Thanks, Evanito. Yes, I thought that you needed to hear that the most. Is France supporting our attack? No, France is totally gone. We're not even doing the attack yet. We're just kind of hanging out. Because as soon as we get out of our own core territory, we're going to be very weak, actually. I don't know where France is. Oh, I turned off their... I can't see their units. Yeah, France is still here. I hid their units. So they would technically support us a bit. But yes, the German border is lightly defended, but it's still difficult for us to attack right now. Wow, one whole convoy for a landlocked nation? That's so useful. We'll just throw the convoy in like a catapult at the enemy. Alright, what I want to do is improve the divisions. It's going to take 90 days. That's going to improve the militia. And then once we've improved the militia, we need to build the military readiness back up so that we can deploy them. Are we buying from the German Reich? No, we're buying from Republican Italy. They'll give us 50 units of interwar airframes. That's it? Ban the Swiss communists. We're banning the Swiss fascists. We're banning the Swiss communists. I'm banning everybody, dude. Good luck getting unbanned. I am going off. And then I'm going to withdraw from the League of Nations. So, what if you deploy the citizen militia? How long is this good for? I don't like watching Czechoslovakia disappear. But I'm also definitely not ready to make a push. Let's do another military training drive. This on 5 times speed. This is why you can never beat the AI. They're using 3,000 IQ strategies that you can't possibly comprehend. What number is this? Who knows? Fake attacks. None of them are real. Communist parties pose a great danger to the Swiss Confederation. Despite the distance between us and the Soviet Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia, their revolutionary influence is felt in the air. We cannot risk destabilizing our country in such dangerous times. We must act swiftly and ban them. You got it. Now let's withdraw from the League of Nations. Our membership to the League of Nations is incompatible to the neutrality that we aspire to have in Switzerland, so it is vital, of course, that we abandon this dying organization. It will also signal our commitment to true neutrality to our neighbors, hopefully convincing them Switzerland is not a target. The UK, Sweden, and 42 others are pissed. The German Reich is like, yeah, that's pretty sweet, and Republican Italy thinks you're nice and cool too. Then, if we have at least 30 opinion with the Germans, we can trade with them. I don't think we're gonna get 30 opinion. That national focus tree is quite useless at this point. I can modernize the Air Force, which is neat, I guess. Can I do anything else? No. All other focus trees are stinky and smelly, so let's modernize the Air Force, I guess. Swiss locked. We are a little Swiss locked now. We can actually do the one that we wanted very soon. Balance of power is at the full council control range. We're actually right there. We just need a little bit more push. Australia does not want to be part of the United Kingdom's reach anymore. They want to be a dominion. The Spanish Civil War is over. Spain has been annexed. Nationalist Spain wins under Francisco Franco. The German Reich formalizes the anti-Soviet pact and wants to protect against states under threat from communism. I think they're going to find that difficult, given the Polish Peasant Republic won their civil war. I'm still laughing that Adolf Führer thing is so real. Yes, but it's real. It exists. Okay, we need, we are at 65%. We need to be at 75. So one more council diplomatic effort. We need like 2 more PP. There we go. And that should let us actually demand territory randomly from Italy, France. And who's the third? Alpine Redoubt. Oh, that's just land fort bonuses. Okay, new elections for the Swiss Confederation's president. I guess at this point, we're so far beyond daily democracy support. Let's elect Hans Ulprecht. And then I need to hire someone else. Excuse me, please go be president. Get out of my seat. I can't actually afford any of these because they cost PP now. But isn't there a penalty for leaving the seat open? What's the penalty? Communism's banned. It's 1938. Let's do go all in on industrial. Czechoslovakia is trying to hold out in Prague. They're doing their best. I don't have any PP to hire a political advisor, so we're just going to let that roll. It'll eventually hire an advisor that basically sucks, so there's nothing I can do about it right now. It is what it is. Wait. Okay, let's get our last industrial research. I like how I went from slowly and carefully explaining everything to like, well, this campaign is dead, but I have to see how it ends up. This is unfortunate. We're stuck at 61% Democratic support. I need under 60 for that. So, let's get... Dude, a license for Axis plane designs? That sounds like spying. I'm just gonna get the Swiss fascism support police. I don't know what direction. I have no idea what type of nation Switzerland is. They're like, we're democratic. We're fascists. We're a council. We elect representatives. But also, we handpick them one at a time. The United States pursues interventionist policies. Northern Transylvania will be restored to Hungarian rule. If they don't know what their alignment is, I certainly don't. Why are we negative 200 infantry equipment now? Oh my, okay. A lot of things happened. So, Bulgaria just joined the Axis. Romania joined the Allies, and they're a little surrounded at this point. I don't think they're having fun. I don't know what that was. I want to just... Here's what I want to do. What I want to do is do this stupid offensive just to see what happens. All I need is a little bit of military readiness. Jack, can somebody tell me how much military readiness do you need to deploy the citizen militias? Because it's just 45, and it says all the prereqs are full. But the button's canceled. So I'm a little confused. God, these are 150 now? We had like 4,000 extra guns a minute ago. Wait, 1939? Yeah, let's get new types of guns that we'll never make. God, this campaign sucks. We're speedrunning it just to see what happens. I need 150 PP. That's so much PP. Soldiers over here having way too much fun. Bulgaria capitulated? Oh damn, yeah, Romania. Romania won. Romania strong. They're trying to surround troops over here too. I need to fill this political advisor spot so we don't... It seems like the militia sucks if you balance towards the council. The militia's awesome if you balance toward the cantons. Okay, I don't think we need to read that. Kind of just want to get to this part. But we're stuck at 60.91%. It's only going down by 0.01 per day, so I need like 85 more days, basically, before that becomes relevant. Let's take Switzerland on the offense. No idea what it does. Germany claims Mamel. Well, the League of Nations blew up anyways. With the declaration of war on Yugoslavia by the United Kingdom, the League of Nations has failed its attempts to preserve peace. Neville Chamberlain openly mocked the League's inability to do anything. I'm invading Yugoslavia, and there's nothing you all can do about it. You bunch of bitches! Yugoslavia is mine! And with that, took his country out of the League. With other world leaders questioning the point of the League of Nations if it can't prevent conflicts. The days of the League are de facto over. While the Council continues to meet, no one expects it to actually accomplish anything anymore. Yugoslavia joined the Axis. Wow, look what you've done. You just made them more powerful. This just lowers democratic popularity and leads to military police. So stupid. All right, let's keep hurtling along. Why would you just make, like, you're at... The Polish Peasant Republic joined the Allies. Okay. And the United States also joined the Allies in 1939 just now. This is a world war. France is called the United States and the... I like how communist Poland is fighting instead of the Soviets.
This is a talk on national...
No. Goodness. Okay, 155. I need to pick a political advisor. Let's pick... We can't... How can you even have communism support? The Communist Party is banned. Let's get war support, lack of resources, penalty. I'm just gonna pick another industrialist. Because I think we're benefiting from having non-aligned power. And getting down to non-aligned faster. He skipped the fireside chat. Yeah, the speeches always, like, set me off. There's a Yugoslavian Confederation now. There's a civil war in Yugoslavia. Some of them joined the Allies. It's almost 1940. We are just moving through this campaign. Okay, how many weapons do we have? Only 2.6k. That's not good. I want military readiness to go up, but I can't give up all of our guns to do it. I need to just live long enough to do one stupid push and see how this goes. The Mexican Soviet Republic exists. Okay then, they just joined up with what was the Soviets. Look at all these American boats coming over. We just finished improving, well, almost all infrastructure to level 5. Now I'm gonna build a radar station. And a ton of military factories. This is not the timeline we aimed for, but it is a timeline. It is a timeline. It's something. But yeah, anyway, I apologize for just playing as fast as I can. I figure we may as well just see what happens in this timeline, since this campaign is bunk. This is like the bonus features. I don't normally play this fast forwardy. But our focus tree went way off the rails much earlier than anticipated. So now I'm trying to get the Cliff's Notes of this campaign's eventuality in this version of events. It actually says that we have a 58% plan value to invade Germany. Somehow. Yeah, you guys can have guns. Just, I don't care. Get them out of the stockpile. More radars, good. Who won the Japanese Civil War? Why did I go this way? Still happening. We cannot rest on our mountains waiting to be attacked. We must take the initiative and bring the fight to our enemies before they can invade us. Only then can we rest assured that the survival of the Swiss Confederation is guaranteed. The best defense is a strong offense. All Swiss citizen militia divisions will become regular infantry divisions. Oh, so I didn't need to give those guns to them. Enables the editing of all templates of the country and training or disbanding units belonging to them. Replace Swiss neutrality with democratic unrest. Those guns were for fun. Another poor decision from our fearless Swiss leader. Lose tons of stability. But we get easier to join factions, doesn't matter. Send volunteers, doesn't matter. None of these actually help us right now. For some reason, we get daily democracy support, even though this entire tree is predicated on having low democracy support. So I don't understand. Plains warfare. Yeah, you have to have less than 80% democratic support. Oh, check this out. Chat, who should I'm gonna demand the Italian Alps first. Hey, Italy, I see that you're in a civil war right now. Would you mind ceding some territory while you're at it? I think improving... Whose relationship do I have to improve to make this happen? Okay, actually, let's cancel that one. Let's wait until their war is over. Let's demand the French Alps, just to be extra confusing to them. There's a Portuguese civil war now. We are now 12 steel in the hole, no natural... Chat, how does Switzerland make stuff? We have no natural resources. I know that there's a couple of national focuses that help you reduce the amount of penalties faced by not having said resources. The German Reich is currently justifying a war against us? Today I learned. Well, isn't that interesting? Okay, so now that all of our troops just magically transformed into actual infantry divisions, I think what we're gonna do is edit them. Do we have any support equipment? We have 700 support equipment. What if we give them, not field hospitals, what if we give them engineer companies? That's pretty much all we can give them. Okay. And then make a 20 combat with division. I know we don't have enough people. That's okay. Because here's what we're going to do. We're going to save that. And then we're just going to disband, like, half of them. And then it will reinforce the other ones. And then merge them into the same group. And it's gonna be beautiful. Okay, so we have 5,000 extra guns right now, because they need to be disseminated to the soldiers. That was the fastest Portuguese Civil War I've ever seen. Okay, I'm gonna wait until they're back to 100% combat strength. And then we're gonna launch our offensive. They'll never see it coming. Okay, the other part about being Switzerland on the offense is that it leads to a naval base. Okay, are we ready? Never mind. I take back what I was about to say. Chat, it's go time. German pressure towards the Benelux. Don't give in. You guys ready? We're gonna separate their offensive lines. Because the German Reich is kind of losing over here, actually. Turns they're biting off a lot. It's game time, chat. Launch the Swiss offensive into Germany! I will do what our French and American allies cannot. Military mastery. Damn right I get an award for that. Use your airplanes. But I don't have any fuel. Look, we have fighters and support planes. Where did we get 100? Oh, did we buy the? I love that we have, out of our Air Force, 50% of our fighters are American and 50% of them are Italian. 50% of our support is also American and 50% is Italian. We played both sides masterfully, I have to say. Where is the German Air Force? Are they just being totally... We have a Swiss ace pilot who's been promoted. I'm gonna say that it might just be that the combination of the French, US, and American Air Forces are just keeping them pinned down. He's doing it. This is an Omega Brain strategy. We still have 5.7k guns and 250,000 manpower to reinforce. And we have mountaineers making the first push into the mountains. This is not where I foresaw this campaign going. I will accept your war against literally everyone. Guatemala just joined the Axis. Why is this working? Germany is spread too thin. They want the Benelux too. I don't know how long this is gonna play out for. Well, that's a good first step would be to take Munich. Berlin is a little far away, but I don't think the Polish Peasant Republic... You know what? If 1939 or 1938 Well, we're in 1939. I think if Poland had the advantage of being united with France, Switzerland, Romania, the Yugoslavian coup force, Czechoslovakia, and America, this is maybe how it would have gone, except a lot of different leaders are in different... Stop offering me convoys, you insult me. I know I don't have any ports, okay? We're gaining ground. I have 101 PP, and I don't know... Weekly stability. Rally the workers doesn't seem that bad. Mexican Soviet Republic declared war on Honduras. But why? 1939. Let's get engineers since we just put engineers into all of our groups, so upgrading them sounds legit. I'm not gonna switch equipment production yet, so ignore that. What to do with all this PP? We can actually do conscription now. So I think extensive conscription is probably the best thing to save for at the moment. They're trying to take our land back! Hey, do you guys see this mountain? Honduras just joined the Allies. Do you guys see this? Nobody lives here. Okay, now I'm really curious how this is gonna go.
It's a matter of time until France crumbles under internal and external pressures. We must take a proactive stance in the defense of the Alps. Otherwise, a dangerous enemy could take control of a defensible position that could serve as a staging ground for an invasion into our territory.
We just demanded the Alpine territories. What will they say? Listen, Mussolini, just relax for a bit, okay? They have accepted! The French government made the right call and conceded the Alpine territories rightfully belong to us. This guarantees our safety from aggressors further. Oh, damn. Look, I actually have a port. We also have a lot more border with Italy to defend. They're like, you figure that out. Not my problem, dude. Well, now I can use those convoys, I guess. I just realized that we're training 16 Swiss militia that I guess are still usable. That's where all the guns went earlier. Probably don't want these, no, because it's just too difficult. It's like actually impossible to use the militia, isn't it? What happens if they finish training? There's no more decision to wake them up. So, what are they gonna come out as? Defense 30, breakthrough 4.4, soft attack 10. So they're just slightly worse. They're always woke now. Okay, so, let's just, pretend like we didn't just spend all that time training those guys. And I have 13,000 guns and 300,000 soldiers in the stockpile now. Okay, that's better. Well, the Swiss Alps just took on an interesting... new facet. Sorry, militia. We didn't mean to waste your time. Yo, chat, hang on. Is there a win condition in sight? Are we actually gonna turn this shitty campaign around? Because I feel like Germany is now, they're not doing so good against the Polish Peasant Republic. Hungary is getting swallowed up by Romania and Yugoslavia. Czechoslovakia is just holding down what is now the belly of the German forces. France is, they can kind of just walk in if they wanted to. Don't do that. Don't make me believe. Our Air Force is actually mixed up with 500 French Estonia is our ally. Lithuania also joins the allies. Oh, baby. Estonia, are you land? What? What just happened? Uh-oh. Well, okay, so about the end in sight bit. Romania, Polish Peasant Republic, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia have kind of a big problem. All we have to do is just keep the Germans on their back foot. I'm gonna go ahead and start training some new divisions. Because we're almost to Munich. And I say we keep going. Declare the Alpine Confederation. Now that our democracy has extended across the Alps, the Confederation not only belongs to Switzerland anymore, it belongs to all communities of the Alps. It basically cores different territories. We need to wait until we finish making our demands to use that, I think. And see what Italy concedes, if anything. I don't understand how it works if Italy is currently in civil war. But we're about to find out how funky this can get. There's decimetric radar. September 1939. It's improved artillery, because we're not making artillery anyways. And he says the plan's a little sketchier now. You have to wait for all the demands to finish or it won't core at all. That's, yeah, I learned that lesson from other campaigns. Why does Switzerland look a bit phallic? Because the German Reich is getting dicked right now. We're going to Munich, boys! One more step. They never saw this coming. You declare war on me? You better prepare for World War Me, baby. All right, France, do something. Get in there. Look at us. They don't know what we're in Munich. I have free military factories. I don't even know. I never got this far. Okay, we're gonna start making better guns and then just add a factory to that. And then get some more support equipment out. Then I'd like some more artillery. Converting 20 militia groups to 20 proper infantry regiments turned out to be a very interesting strat. Turns out going all in on offense was viable. I admit I was a little salty, but there is a reason why you have to let Hearts of Iron continue to see where it goes. Now, that being said, I think the Union of Soviet Republics is upsetting change. But that's why we're putting as much pressure as we can over here. Because if we can separate... Basically, we have the possible biggest encirclement of the Axis ever. The problem is... Well, actually, no, it's not a problem. Yeah, if we can just get to Czechoslovakia, we create a very interesting predicament. Because I would like to cut these guys off. But this mountain range is a pain in the ass. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. You here already? You here just in time to watch, I don't know which war is ours. I guess the German-American War? But it has our flag on the picture, which is interesting. Switzerland has inflicted 32,000 German casualties. We've lost 53,000, so... That's also because we're the ones making the big offensive push. That's just the way it's gonna work. But we're almost where we want to be. I'm hoping that we don't slow down too bad. Because we're making our way to Nuremberg now, too. We got 4.7 thousand guns. I only want to train one infantry division here. And we're about to demand the Italian Alps, and this is going to be very interesting. I feel like they're going to say no, but we did just sweet talk both of them. I don't know if that has any impact on their decision, but I was just like, hey guys, I am your political ally and friend. I support each of you. I have traded with the Italian fascists. Switzerland is in a state of war. Normally an election would be held at this time, but in the midst of an important conflict, many argue we can't afford to spend time on political campaigning or a change of leadership. Meanwhile, others claim that declaring the ongoing war a valid reason for skipping elections is the first step toward eroding Swiss democracy. After all, letting military matters take precedence over the people's influence is a slippery slope. Don't I elect them? Elections will be held... What do I need for the next national focus is what I care about. This requires less than 50% democratic support. So let's take the one that boosts popularity of fascism and communism. Also increases our stability and gives us some PP. And I would say using that PP... for stability is good, factory output is good. Because I want to change my conscription, but we still have 200,000 manpower. It's not a ton, but it's okay. For decades, Republican Italy Really, for decades. For decades, Republican Italy has shamelessly claimed our Italian-speaking cantons. If they can do that, we can certainly demand that their Alps join our democratic regime, after all. They belong in the Swiss Confederation as much as Ticino belongs to Republican Italy. Or Ticino. Ticino? Ticino. But are they gonna say yes? We're demanding Lombardia, Trentino, Alto Adige. Adige. I don't know, I'm just trying to say it in the most Italian way I possibly can. Let's do Alpine Redoubt. Free land forts. Enemy air defense down, division defense up. Hello, nice to see you. Hello, Timmy, what's up? Republican Italy has accepted our demands. Okay. What about not Republican Italy? Is this not in the cards? No Piedmont spots? I feel like these are part of the Alps too. They are mountains. Okay then, well, get what you get, I guess. It would be if they owned it. Civil war is difficult. Did we just weaken Republican Italy a bunch? I was assuming it would just open both. German border open suddenly. Yeah, now we have to go like over here. This just made it actually much more difficult for us. Probably shouldn't have asked for those things. Now this is an impassable mountain range. The only way to even get there, dude. Oh no. Hold on. This is a bad idea. You got those 5 fresh divisions. Just auto-deploy them. Boop. They're gonna be total weenies, I guess. Throw them under a new general. Here you go. Just for you. Get there as fast as you possibly can. Use our amazing infrastructure. Okay, well, on the upside, they might have taken a little bit of extra land. But reinforcements are here. And we're about to sever their front line, actually. Just don't zoom out. Don't look at that. That doesn't matter. I feel like this is the weakest spot. Not the one that's across the river. But then again, what do I know? It'd be nice. Well, I guess he can't move because he'll lose entrenchment. Good job, lads. Keep it up. The fresh-faced recruits are in. They may not have any supplies, but damn it, they don't need them. They're Swiss. This has turned into absolute chaos. I love how they keep trying to come retake this territory. This actually might give us an advantage, believe it or not. Hello, Havoc, what's up? For those of you who just joined, we had a Swiss campaign that did not do any... First of all, the shape that Switzerland is taking is somehow getting even more pronounced, but I would say yes, that this started as an absolute failure of a campaign and somehow turned into we have a chance to beat Germany. It's still unlikely, especially as Czechoslovakia is losing ground, but there is a chance. Turns out we're getting Austria anyway. We are, and France is actually making a push. Oh my god, and they're using force attack? Oh my god. What is happening here? Excuse me? We have more military factories? Chat, we are basically out of guns because I switched to like tier 2 guns. That part's not going so well. Tox, did you get a haircut so you can look your best for Rig World? No, I got a haircut because I was supposed to get a haircut 4 weeks ago. But I couldn't due to scheduling issues. My hair's been driving me insane up until now. Chat, we have done it. There is no German line. Connection. They are split into 2 fronts. Hungary and Germany down here, and then the German Reich up here. Now the Czech soldiers are getting in on the action. The Polish are making an assault. As long as we have fortified ground to fall back on, we could be an unstoppable force against invaders. We must make the Alps even more impregnable and outwardly grow our influence. Only then we can put some distance between us and the enemy, wherever it may be. Eastern Swiss Alps, Ticino, Swiss Alps, and 7 others get an additional bonus to division defense and land forts and construction speed. Okay, how do I get Alpine Protectorate? We need less than 50% democratic support. Less than 10% support for FB. There's 11% support for FB. God, there's so many balancing things. Too much fascism support. But we don't have any way to, like, quell fascism support. Dude, Swiss balancing is just very, very difficult. Because the Alpine Protectorate will be pretty sweet. In lieu of that, I guess I'm going to start taking the warfare focuses. Alright, plains warfare, I guess it is. So, here's where it gets tricky. Because what I really need is 2 front lines. Actually, 3 front lines. God, I hate this. Step 1 is focus on this. Let's let the AI do some of the heavy lifting. Okay, we gotta keep you moving back. Which... That's on the other side. They have a fort here, too. It is December 1939, so since it's almost 1940, let's just get improved radar. We're doing a good job building factories. Encirclement opportunity in the southwest. I mean, not really. This is the only place. This thick red line is an impenetrable mountain, so the only place we can get through is here. So we'd have to, like, push to this tile and then go around, which is very difficult because they're, you know, in the mountains. and we have to cross a river. But yeah, I would say Ethiopia is the most difficult combat wise, and then Switzerland is the most difficult focus tree I've seen in a long time. I feel like my one regret is I wish I would have done one campaign of Switzerland off stream and then done an on stream campaign, because I didn't know it was going to be quite this finicky. Because the reason it's so finicky is because the tree that we chose needs a careful balance between democracy and fascism. It's the democratic fascist tree, and I've never seen anything quite like it in Hearts of Iron, where the two red X's at the top of this gigantic wall of text say that we need to have less than 50% national support for democracy, but less than 10% support for fascism. So it's like trying to juggle. This entire tree is predicated on balancing act, because they're the Swiss. And we just said, the hell with balancing. I'm just gonna get Germany to declare war on me in 1936. And that's what we did. So let's take the guy out. So we gotta promote one of these three to leadership role. I like how electing Christian Gasser doesn't actually do anything when he's president. Chad, I'm gonna run for American presidency on the platform of I promise to do absolutely nothing while I am president for 4 years. This is going to be the most status quo presidency you've ever seen. People complain about using the powers of signing off on executive orders. People complain about getting us involved in external conflicts. I'm just gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna watch TV. You guys figure it out. I'm not gonna sign anything. I'm not gonna veto anything. Good luck. I think that's what Christian Gasser's platform is. But yeah, I'm not sure who to get rid of here, because whoever you elect, you sort of get rid of. Let's do Albert Meyer. Go away, Albert. So how do you lower an ideological standpoint once it starts going up? I think that's the biggest problem I have with the Swiss playthrough so far, that I'm not like tempted to replay it that much, because I feel like it's very easy to raise support for other party factions, but it's really difficult to lower them. So I gotta, I'm not like a huge fan so far. I'm having fun in this campaign, but I find it too cerebral and too punishing for like. There's ways to do everything, but I can't figure out good ways to undo. Does buffing everything else change it? I gotta do like unaligned and communist, I guess. We've already banned communism. And unaligned's already at 34%. So I guess we just go all in on unaligned. There's daily support for unaligned. Jacob Lobhart. Wait, we can't hire him because he's already hired? I don't know, I'm not allowed to hire him yet. He doesn't have an X, but he's also banned. You just can't have two of the same guy? But yeah, someone that raises either communist or unaligned is fine. Can't raise fascism or democracy. Which makes this difficult to find the right choices. Can't be anybody with Democrat in the name or fascist appeaser. Am I just out of unaligned people? Fine. Oh, there's communism. Okay. Production efficiency cap, lack of resources penalty, and communist support. We'll try that and see if it fits. We're gonna want recon. Let's keep this rolling. Are we just gonna let these two guys just hang out there? We just sort of forgot. You kept using focuses that add support. Every focus adds support for something, but the Swiss have all of their focuses are predicated on having this much for this or not this much for this. Like every one of them. Like over here, you have to have very low democracy support and non-existent fascism support. Over here, you have to have very low democratic, non-existent fascism. Over here, you have to have decently high, but not higher than 80% democratic, but 20% fascism's okay. This one is not included. This one you need less than 70% democratic. This one you need more than 75% democratic. This one's balance of power instead. These are all balance of power. I think it's the fact that I'm balancing two separate meters. This one just needs more than 5% fascism. This one needs 15%, 40% fascism, 65% fascism. But yeah, maybe buffing everything else changes it. I would like to see the Germans lose this entire pocket. And it looks like they are getting just pushed back by I see a lot of green battles happening. If the Germans could capitulate, everyone could just turn their attention against the Soviets. What do the templates look like for Switzerland? That's a big question. Depends on which route you go. By default, you cannot change any templates via the typical editing with Army XP. Hungary is dead. That's huge. Hungary is dead. We have gone through a focus tree that sort of lets us actually edit them. So now they look like whatever we want them to look like if we have enough supplies. And to do that, we had to go through the offensive. I believe it was Switzerland on the offense lets us create our own units. But otherwise, they're dictated by the game and also by decisions that you make. I like how his attack AI has just gone rampant up north. That's actually just my allies. I don't even have a front line up there. The combined forces of the allies are just beating them back. That's not even me. I don't know where the hell my front lines are. I'm gonna if they're doing that good up there in mainland Germany, I'm gonna go ahead and delete some commands. We're gonna take half and half again, move them over. We're gonna do a new front line, boom. But I wanna edit the front line because that's silly. Okay. Wait, what's this? No. There you go. Alright, this offensive line is also just really, really silly too. We only have 33% supply available. Yeah. I need 11 trains. Civilian trains are spooling up. Good news, everybody. We're making 2 a year. Anyway, Germany's basically dead now. I don't know how close they are to capitulation. Dude. 53% in favor of the defenders. We did what we started this. We launched the first attack, okay? I don't know how to make an offensive line here. This is so silly. The Alps are my worst enemy in this. Oh, there's no divisions assigned to this front line. You guys are assigned to this front line. Did I do that? We were just tricking him. See, now we tricked him. We thought, whoa, he's gonna get some land? No, 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 I just made you give up your entrenchment, you absolute fool. I pretended to retreat. Plus a free military factory. Wow, one whole military factory. We can't do tanks. We can't do anything. This is fascism support. It doesn't matter what we research now, to be perfectly honest. We're actually gonna win this little mini campaign. Rip Estonia, though. Well, I say that. It really depends on how fast the Union of Soviets gets in here, because Germany is, like, on the way out. Alright, I'm gonna have to do some of this just manually, I think. Greece joins the Covenant of the Mediterranean. Hey, good for you. The Swiss were warmongers all the way back in the 1400s. Name one nation that wasn't a warmonger in the 1400s. Everyone was declaring war in the 1400s. USA. Panama has joined the Vikings. Chad, I can't fact check every single nation. You guys are just thrown out of your ass. Okay, Tibet sounds legit. That one sounds legit. Canada was founded in July 1st, 1867. Okay, so that one's out. Good job. Someone said Portugal was participatory in the conquest of Ceuta, the siege of Ceuta, the Battle of Tangier, conquest of Sar, conquest of Asila, War of the Castilian Succession. So I discount them by default. Most of the nations suggested didn't exist in the 1400s. I just got Peepo G'd. You think Ireland wasn't at war in the 1400s? You think anyone in the UK was not in constant conflict in the 1400s? Chillin' Sicilian, did you just say Ireland didn't exist in the 1400s? That I assure you that the island of Ireland very much was still there in the 1400s, okay? Geological formations in the area didn't shift Ireland into existence. Ireland emerged from the sea in 1845. Came out of the sea in 1600s. All right, let's finish this German Reich. The Swiss border has extended in a very interesting direction. Our front line also looks equally interesting. And I say let's just try and squeeze these battle lines for all they're worth. We've actually linked up between the impassable region. Chat, we're about to have the biggest encirclement you can possibly have. Hopefully before they capitulate, so I can get credit for all of this. Don't care. I'm busy. I got things to do. Oh, they got split up. That's even better. Can anyone TLDR the last 2 hours of the stream? Smiley Dev. We were so desperate that we thought the campaign was over that we decided to go all in on offense instead. And now we're beating Germany as the allies. Except the Union of Soviet Republics is putting a small wrinkle in that plan. There you go. Like, Switzerland launched the attack. That's a TLDR. Now we're about to get the biggest encirclement. Get off my screen. Can't you see I'm busy? What is all this? The game doesn't even know what it is. My turn.
Look at them all! Oh, it's so beautiful. Nowhere to run.
All of these red boxes about to helmet pop out of existence. I like that they've started an entire, like, argument in chat. The fall of Berlin. We're handling the south. My allies are handling the north. The city is believed to be completely in Polish hands. After advancing along the Frankfurter Alley, the Poles reached the Alexanderplatz, which was the scene of a great pitched battle. Elsewhere in the city, the Brandenburg Gate collapsed, supposedly after being rammed by a Polish tank, and the Kroll Opera House was leveled by an artillery barrage after its stubborn SS defenders refused to surrender. The red and white of the Polish flag now flies above the... Red and white, yes. The Polish flag now flies above the Reichstag, and the last pockets of resistance are dealt with. I like that communist Commonwealth of Socialist Republics is at war with the Fourth International Union of Soviet Republics. I feel like that's sort of counterintuitive, but they did join the Allies, thankfully. So now their capital is Hamburg, and we... What happened? Are we not allowed to move through Czechoslovakia or something? Oh, no, they just got all these troops over here. What are you guys doing? Keep pushing. Make a move. We got only 64,000 troops. We need to up recruitment. Have we really lost that many? Don't answer that. We were at like 250,000 when I last looked. It probably doesn't mean anything. Only Swiss are allowed to throw their lives away in the Alps. I'm sorry. Didn't The newspapers have reiterated that they had the account incorrect the first time, but the real fall of Berlin was French forces that have successfully stormed the German capital, which fell after a series of pitched battles in the city limits. A large group of Waffen-SS soldiers barricaded themselves in the Olympia Stadion, which eventually fell after a determined attack by foreign legionnaires supported by artillery. The French tricolor can now be seen, no, my flag, over the Reich Chancellery, and although sporadic fighting is being reported from some suburbs, most of Berlin is believed to have been cleared of organized resistance. What on earth are you guys doing up there? I like that we actually have the trains that we need now. All right, let's finish the job. See, now we need 5 trains and 4 trains and 3 trains sometimes. I don't know. We're just going head. We did it. The German Reich has capitulated after daring to declare war on me. And I still have no idea how this system works. We sort of failed at doing this the first time. This is the new peace system. Then my question is, how do I see what's... Oh, here's what's already happened. No, this is too expensive. I feel like I need to watch a tutorial for how the new peace conference works. I understood the old one. So, we can demand to take states, liberate states to create puppet factions. Oh, that's puppet factions. Change their government type or take their navy. We have 153 points to spend on whatever we choose. So if we want to liberate, it's very cheap to do so. This is basically liberating Austria. Wait, can we liberate Austria, then go back and take it before the Anschluss? Just kidding. We can puppet a nation and create a puppet government. We can change their government type. Navies are useless in Hearts of Iron 4. Tell that to the UK. Or Japan. Or America. But yes, I understand how the points work, chat. That's not the part that I don't get. The part that I don't get is when you're supposed to pass or go, or how you get more points. Because used to be you just pass and get more points, but now, if you pass this round, others will be able to use their points to make demands. I understand that. You also cannot spend all of your points, is that right? Like if I demand these two, even though it's only 84 points, no, I can demand as many as I have points, I guess. Like, I'm not sure. Is it better to just, like, do you build points by passing? Or do I go ahead and just take these spots here? You get 153 more points if you pass. See, that's the part that so you just double your like, how do you... You receive a part of your score every turn. Okay, so, this is what I need to know. You'll get up to 612 points On turn 2, 153. On turn 3, 153. On turn 4, 153. That's regardless of if you pass or take? Because it just says you'll receive this per turn. It doesn't say you'll receive it if you pass. And there's 5 turns. So Czechoslovakia will get more points too. So I should just be able to start making claims and just get more points next turn. So I'm just gonna take states. Should I take the 150 next to France before France goes? I think that's kind of spicy. Okay, yeah, then I have another 156 points. So you can save points as well. Contested demands. Take Vorarlberg, take Tyrol. Who contested them? So am I bidding higher? Forfeit the demands. So it's happening at the same time now. Oh, check flag, yeah, check flag. I didn't see the flag. All contested demands have been resolved. So do we have to do it again? I have 309 points. I think the system is probably ultimately better, but definitely more confusing than the last one. You'll do it next round, but it's more expensive. So am I right in that all the blue spots are 291? Oops, I might be blocking this, sorry. We contribute about 10% of the war effort. I feel like it was more than that. All right, let's see if this works. Hey. What is this? Who did this? Wait, I can demand this? Gib. Gib. How long does it keep getting contested? Do I have enough points to do both of these things? No. Should I just let them have that and take 200 points here? But everyone's contesting that. I feel like that's gonna be way too difficult. They have more points than me. So let's just go for Czechoslovakia only, because they're going for both. Haha, they wanted to focus on that instead of this. They want the big one that has a bunch of steel. Understandable. I wouldn't have been able to get that. I have 196 points left over. I don't think I can afford anything else. So now I just back out. Unless I wanted to contest Vorpommern, but that would be silly. Steal the Navy. How do you even know this is a pre-dreadnought hull? The Swiss Navy, 1936 cruiser hull. Is pre-dreadnought even good? All right, I got something. Okay, how do I leave? Oh, this button looked grayed out. Achievement unlocked. As Switzerland win a defensive war without ever losing the Western Swiss Alps, Eastern Swiss Alps, or Ticino. The German Republic insta-declared war on the Netherlands. What the hell? Dude, we just did the peace conference! And you're a democracy! You can't declare war on your neighbor democracy the second the peace conference is over, Conrad! I think they fixed there was a patch that fixed the AI making all these like pockmarked areas. Because the first game we did, they just had chaos with the borders. Imagine being the provinces everyone picked last in the peace conference. Like a dodgeball team? Just spilled water. Okay, so what's the new state of the world? There's a Yugoslav Confederation led by a child. There's Romania. I noticed Bulgaria is absent. Austria, certainly, I feel like they could have given, like if this were a real peace conference, I feel like people would have given Austria back, but no. Just be glad you've got Vienna, I guess. Kurt. Switzerland is very large now. We're kind of pressing in upon Italy. Commonwealth of Socialist Republics. Good luck with your fight against the Union of Soviets. I know I'm supposed to be helping you. But what if the German Republic's not in a faction? What if the Netherlands join the Allies? It's possible. Like, what's all this? They want to give me stuff. I appreciate that. I don't think I have that many convoys, guys. Just saying, I don't think I do. Low manpower, I only got like one extra factory out of all that. We have outdated artillery being built. The Czechs were trying to give the rest of the land back, but you contested it. I'm just saying, I think the world would have given back Austria. That's all I'm saying. Get cores. All right, let's get the cores. More than 50%. Now I have to have more than 50% Democratic support. Oh my God, it's 49.93. Paradox! Just give me a little wiggle room. Too much, not enough. What this? Okay, so the Switzerland campaign is the Goldilocks campaign. You got too much democracy. You don't have enough democracy. Now there's not enough. Now there's too much. And the only way to buff it is via this stuff. It's Feb 1940. Give me guns. Okay, I think... Like, I ain't gonna... I don't want to help you guys fight the Union of Soviet Republics because look at how many troops there are. There's no way that they're gonna win, because it's the whole world versus them. And second of all, logistics and attrition is gonna be a nightmare. Japan declared war on Shanxi. Japan's finally doing something. I want my... Can we look around the world? I mean, this is where all the action is happening. Japan's been in civil war forever. I forgot that the United States is de facto at war with Mexico because Mexico joined the Soviet faction. I did forget about that. Probably wasn't the best idea to join a war against Honduras and Guatemala. Also, the German Republic that declared war on the Netherlands. Do you remember that? Well, here's the thing about that. Less than 10% support of fascism. We're at 11.31. We've got too much fascism and not enough democracy. Protect Liechtenstein. Oh, what up? Wedged between 3 of our cantons, the tiny principality of Liechtenstein must be protected to safeguard their people. Is there a way that we can get the war stats? I wanted to see how many troops ended up. Is there like a war history? Portugal joins the Covenant of the Mediterranean. That sounds weirdly religious. Won't that lower your democratic support? What, Liechtenstein? Maybe. No? That's, well, it's not aligned. It doesn't matter at this point. We've already won our campaign. Switzerland being big and beating Germany back by joining the Allies. We got lucky that Italy was a little preoccupied. But we also did hard mode by, well, starting the war in 1936. So there's that. And the Soviets definitely lose this. Like, there's literally no world in which they win. So I'm gonna say GG, chat, and call it there. Like, there's not much else we can do. How did you provoke the war? So at the beginning of the game, there's an assassination of a Nazi party leader in Switzerland, and we chose not to listen to Germany, who advocated for the maximum penalty, and instead pardoned that guy. Germany took that personally and declared war on us for not being neutral anymore, because we didn't listen to what they said. And then they declared war in 1936. Is this the earliest campaign victory we've seen? Possibly. It wasn't a clean campaign by any stretch. There's just not much else to do because we can't expand into France. And I also am just very frustrated with my inability to follow through on focus trees. Because, like, now I have too much fascism support and I don't know how to get rid of it. Because, like, here's the thing. If I have to have less than 50% democratic support, but more or less than 10% fascist, the best way to increase fascist support right now is by increasing... I guess what I'd have to do is just decrease Federal Assembly even more, but the fact that Federal Assembly is already decreased is what has prevented me from doing the other things. I thought there was another thing I wanted to do. I guess I just have to boost fascism, but yeah, it just feels like I didn't know what direction I was actually heading for the whole campaign. There are no decisions to boost any of them. No. All you can do is oust your president to try to hire another one. This campaign was more successful than it had any right to be, yeah. Switzerland was the country I was most excited to play with this DLC, but the focus tree left me frustrated. Yeah, I like the different focuses, but I don't like... I think I enjoy the balance of power and the balancing of the parties, but not both. Because it feels like a lot of this just kind of goes. It was okay. It was fun. I think I would need to play it like 2 more times to really get a grip on... I feel like of all the nations I've played, Switzerland begs for an actual build order the most. Like, winging it as Switzerland is not a thing. You really need to have a concrete, step-by-step plan. Yeah, I see what they're going for. You're having to balance neutrality and all this and that, but I think in practice it just comes off as like unexpected. I think they just needed more decisions to help govern. Like, all of this is fine if the decisions to support different forms of government are there. You know? Like, you really need just more ways to manipulate. Just being locked into one choice per year of politician to add to sway the party support. Like, you have to know exactly which focuses you're going to pick a year in advance or more. If that makes sense. Because once you're locked in, and you can't undo it without like 300 political power. But anyways, yeah, Union of Soviets is as good as dead. They're getting pushed all the way back to Moscow now. Republican Italy wins. Everybody wins. Good game, chat. Well, I'm glad we stuck with it. I was gonna rage quit, and it's nice that we didn't rage quit. Got a nice quick campaign, full campaign in one day, and we'll do a stream of something else tomorrow. Okay? And then we'll come back eventually and try an Italian campaign. Except with Italy, I will definitely not make the same mistake, and we'll do a campaign off stream a little bit first to get the hang of it, so there's not any unexpected surprises. Cause yeah, it took a big hit. We didn't get to do the way we wanted to, but that's okay. All right, chat. Go hang out with Nomac for a little bit. I'll see you guys again for the Wednesday stream. Wednesday stream, no Thursday stream, and then Rib World Friday. Okay, try to find something good for tomorrow. Have a good one. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching, and thanks Level 59 Wizard for the 18 months end of stream sub. And thanks to those of you who stuck around in spite of the original bit of frustration and sort of figuring out where we were going and what was happening. I don't feel like I had that much agency in that game, but it was fun to be along for the ride for a little bit and just be... I felt like I fell off of Whitewater River rafting boat and was just going with the waves, but it didn't hit any rocks, and surprisingly just was on an amazing water slide the entire time. But sometimes that's the way it goes. So I'll probably try that one again off stream. But anyway, good night for now. I will see you guys again for tomorrow. Try to find something else to do to keep us busy for a little while. Whew. Okay. That was fun. Never doing that again. Oh man. That would be a fun one to make a video of. Like a YouTube video and be like, here's a cool Swiss strategy. Check out this sweet campaign. After getting it all locked in. Good night, everybody. I'll come back and see you tomorrow around, like, hopefully earlier. Maybe 2 p.m. Go over there and give Nomex some love. Good night.